Do I have some more assembly people wandering around someplace or? Okay. Yeah, that's why I think he's wandering around someplace. I'll have to wait till he gets here then.
Max on the phone?
Caleb, do we have any assembly people on the phone? Oh, Dimitri's here now. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and call the meeting to order at 10:02 a.m. And this is a special meeting for the assembly for Wednesday, April 9th, for budget presentations. Madam Clerk, will you take the roll?
I will. Tim Hill, are you on the phone? Stephanie Nowers, here. I'm expecting Dee McKee and Maxwell Sumner, Bill Gamble.
Okay.
Here.
Dimitri Fonoff,
Present.
Ron Bernier.
Here.
Madam Mayor, you do have a quorum.
Thank you. Are there any changes to the agenda? Okay, seeing no change, the assembly saying nothing, then the agenda will be as presented. We'll stand, and Cheyenne, can I have you lead us in pledge? Generally, you're in the back of the room, and so I'll take advantage of you today. Thank you.
To allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And Mike, could I have you come up here for a minute, please?
I feel like I'm being set up, Mayor.
Yeah. So, Mr.
Oh,
You are, sir. All right. Would everybody stand? We're going to sing happy birthday in case you didn't know. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Mike.
Happy birthday to you. I was gonna wear red today.
Yeah, I know. And you see, we got both cameramen.
Yeah,
out
that's
there to
great,
get lots of pictures.
Should we set these down so they're not blocking the camera? Oh, boy.
Now you're the same age as me.
Birthday wish to be here.
We're the greatest present he could get. Right. We're here with him. And so he doesn't need anything else. We're all here, right?
Great manager. You spend your birthday with us.
I know. So I'm going to go ahead and open audience participation. Is there anyone in the audience? I guess we do not have a sign-up sheet, but even if you didn't sign up, you're welcome to address the assembly. See, no one. Do we have anybody online? We do not have anybody online. So I'll go ahead and close audience participation, and the show is yours, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So Mike Brown, Borough Manager, I will be kicking things off this morning. I want to tell you this is the best birthday present ever. This is truly the Assembly's fault because this meeting should have been tomorrow, and then I would have been safe. No.
You requested the 10th, and then one of the assembly people couldn't make it tomorrow,
That's
and you
right.
were kind. Yeah.
Yeah, because I had thought about that actually, because I was like, knowing our esteemed borough attorney, I was angling for a setup. So yes, I kind of had a feeling. I was like, oh, I really don't feel like I'm going to get unscathed. But for the record, I can now order on the 55 plus IHOP menu. So for exciting things, breakfast just got cheaper for me. You take your wins where you can. All right, with that said, I will actually get to business. I was going to jokingly say the school district came and pitched a $280 million budget, and it took them about 30 minutes. We're about a third of that, so we should be done in about 10 minutes. Does that sound about wrong? Okay. Well, we'll get going. We have a good set of presentations for you today. I'm excited about what we're going to do. It is going to be budget story time. Some of it will include numbers, but we really want to explain why we want to do these things, and why we think it's important to put it together the way we have. There is a 2-page budget transmittal letter in your packet. It's a short kind of executive summary of what the budget's about. So I give that to you. It'll be in the packet, but really just so you have that for reference when you're talking about what does this budget intend to do. We'll talk about those things today, but having a short written form in addition to the slides that you'll see, I'm hoping you will find that to be helpful. So we're going to get going. I'm going to go through, talk about a little bit about the calendar, where we are in the process as far as the annual budget goes. Specifically, we're going to spend some time talking about what this budget actually does. Of course, we'll talk about some of the revenues, expenditures, obviously mill levies, and then each of the departments will walk you through their presentations, talking a little bit about things that they have accomplished and things that they hope to accomplish with this budget and what we're choosing to resource. So as far as the calendar goes, you can see the red box. We are in April. Funny enough, we have been working on this for months. This process starts at least as early as January. You have an annual presentation from the assessor talking about values. That's really the first kind of insight you get into the budget in terms of what revenues might look like. We did that January 21st. We're going through the appeal period, the revised tax roll, been working on putting these budgets together from a department level in March. And now this will be introduced formally next week at your regular meeting, and then we'll work through 3 budget hearings, as we always do, the public hearings, and then we'll start deliberations as we kick off May. So pretty standard, but just as a recap, that's kind of the process that we're looking at. So historically, we like to kick off and show you what the historic area-wide mill rates look like. So that table to the right shows you where we are today is at 8.748. What's in this manager's proposed budget is at the bottom left. We are proposing a slight reduction to the area-wide mill rate to 8.612. So I'll just put that bottom line up front because that's always something folks are interested in seeing. What do we think that's going to look like? So that's provided for your context. As you can see over the past few years, when I got here, we were in the 10 range. Now we're somewhere in the mid 8s. And so we think that 8.6 is a pretty reasonable and sustainable number moving forward, because we do recognize there are going to be some additional bond sales and debt service obligations that we're going to take on this year and next year. So what this budget does, we're going to dive right in. The proposed budget does resource your priorities, specifically developing transportation and recreation infrastructure. And we're going to dive into what that means specifically. It does sustain borough operations, including schools, and we'll talk about those numbers as well. It creates some efficiencies that improve services and ensures sustainability. And I'm going to talk a little bit, we're going to spend some time talking about efficiencies today and where we have embedded or baked those into this budget or this proposed budget. And then, of course, this promotes Port McKenzie, and between Dave Griffin and I, we'll get specific and tell you specifically how we want to do that. There's a strategic ask in here specific to Port McKenzie. And then, of course, there's the regular adjustment for increased cost. So I'm gonna say this budget is a retooling budget. So the idea here is that this budget is not a status quo budget. It is aggressive in many ways. We're going to talk about what we think those ways are and why we think that that's appropriate. It is not a tune-up. And so it does involve some retooling. And if I had to leave you with 1 or 2 sentence statement at the bottom of the slide, I would say it includes resources that go beyond minor fixes, and it features thoughtful structural changes to drive progress through service improvements, increased efficiency, and infrastructure investments. And that's what we're going to be talking about today: service improvements, increased efficiency, and infrastructure investments. As we walk through the department presentations, I think you will see that recurring theme come up again and again as the directors are making their presentations. So retooling in this budget, I wanted to show you in one slide kind of an overview of connecting these dots. So these bullets are going to show up in other presentations throughout the course of this day, but this gives you an overview of the many things. So I'm just going to go through them quickly, but the directors will expand upon some of these topics as we go. First and foremost, there is some bond debt refinancing, and Ms. Heindel will go into detail on that. but she probably won't give herself the credit when she gets to it, so I'll do it now. The bond debt refinancing that she has been working through and finished up last week, at least with the pricing, will save the borough $4.9 million. And so she has done a remarkable job walking that out. She had to figure that out along with the Goose Creek Correctional bond refinancing and, oh, by the way, preparing a budget at the same time. It has been an unusual spring season from a finance perspective, but that is a remarkable outcome, and I want to highlight that first and foremost. The second is education and transportation bonds are moving forward. Obviously, we're selling bonds. Just talked about that, the refinancing a little bit. There was a sale of new bonds as well for the 3 charter schools and for TIP 24. So we are on track to have that money before you for an accept and appropriate here in the next month or two so that those funds can go to project accounts and get to work. We're going to talk today about a Port McKenzie barge ramp. I have a slide for you on that specifically. There's an ask in here to move that forward, and I'll provide a little bit of financial context, and then Dave Griffin's going to talk you through why we think it's important to Port McKenzie economically and operationally. The Jonesville Public Use Area Shooting Park, there's an additional appropriation in this budget to put money into that project account because we want to grow that and set it up for additional grant funds moving forward. We have a plan for that. Ms. Morrissey will be able to walk you through that today as well. I think that is also a strategic thing, and she'll give you some more details on that as well. We obviously are moving forward with the Big Lake Lions Center acquisition, so that's included into this budget. The Assembly's adopted a couple of resolutions supporting that, and so that's not going to be a new topic today. There is an appropriation for transit matching funds. With this conversation, we've been talking about that for months, so we'll share what that's going to look like today. We are setting up for the new Gateway Visitor Center to go into operations because that construction project is going to kick off here shortly. We actually have that groundbreaking this Friday on site. So just a reminder, if you want to come join for that, the contract's already been awarded and that thing will be moving forward at breakneck speed here shortly. There is also an efficiency built into this budget for ambulance billing, transitioning that to a third party. You recently approved the contract to allow us to do that. There is an annual savings included in that adjustment, and I'll talk a little bit more about what we're going to do with that staffing here in just a moment. Modernizing and improving public service delivery. We sent you a report a week or two ago about some of the modernization with technology that we have that's going to improve permitting and tax reporting, park and pool reservations, our website redesign, landfill software. So you're going to see those topics come up here, and I know our IT director, Ms. Jones, will be talking about that as well. This summer, we should see construction moving forward for a new landfill entrance, tipping floor, and scale house. We're looking to evaporate our leachate on site instead of hauling it to Anchorage. And we have been talking about composting recently. So you'll see that come up with Public Works presentation, and Mr. Branham will pitch some of that to you today as well. There are some reductions to some part-time staffing for digitizing files. There is some human resources, digitizing personnel files, some efficiencies like that I wanted to show you just so you kind of get an idea. Like, it's not all large infrastructure stuff. We are looking at staffing efficiencies internally. There's been some consolidation of recreational facilities within parks and recreation because we think we can manage those facilities better and more efficiently moving forward. And again, Ms. Morrissey will be able to speak to that. And we are also merging the cleanup of borough lands into community cleanup so that we don't have different departments working on the same problem. So these are all examples of retooling that is occurring in this budget and are already incorporated into what we are going to put before you, and that will be introduced next week. So that's your overview on the retooling. I'll pause just for a second. If there aren't any questions, I'm going to move on. Great. So I'm going to go into revenues and expenditures quickly and just give you a quick overview of revenues and expenditures. I talked a little bit about this with regards to values and what's happening. The average value of a single-family residential home increased by 5%. The assessor shared that with you in January. There were 768 new single-family residential homes added this past year, which was the largest in the past decade, the largest number that have been added in the last decade. Senior exemptions increased by 8.2%. But all in all, when it's all said and done, our taxable assessed value increased by about 8.3%. Our estimated tax revenue increased by 4.3%. So just to give you some perspective on what we see with revenues, and then what we're really going to be spending a lot of our time talking about is, all right, well, what are our expenditures and how do we plan to spend? And then where do we want to set those mill levies at a rate that you're comfortable with, where we generate additional revenues, but it's not too much. And I think that's the conversation we generally have every year. So key expenditures, these are just the highlights. It's not all inclusive by any means. The local education contribution included in the budget is an increase by 4% to just over $78 million. That is in line with what the school board asked for and what we discussed during our joint meeting in March. The budget also includes $2.45 million for school capital needs, largely for boiler replacements in facilities. And so that's already baked into this as well. There's the normal wage and salary increases and healthcare budgeting expenses that occur with salary movement in any budget. That's included in this. And then the proposed capital budget's just over $15 million. And I have a slide where we'll talk about that. That is much larger than what we normally propose. And that's one of the areas where this budget is more aggressive. And I will explain, actually it's on this slide for the most part. Typically we're around $8 or $9 million annually as a capital budget. This one's at 15. But if you look on the right side of that where you see new expenditures, we have new debt service obligations for education and transportation, which voters approved in November of last year. We have the acquisition of the Big Lake Lions Center, the transit non-federal match. And when you start adding that with the school capital budget and Port McKenzie, that really becomes the difference between 8 million and 15 million. And so there are probably about 5 line items that explain what that difference is. And so as you will see, those where I have that badge that says new, these are all new services that are not being provided today, or they're being provided and we weren't participating in, like transit. So I wanted to highlight, because that is part of what's driving those expenditures, is conversations we've already had about transit, Big Lake Lions, education, transportation, funding for schools and capital needs, and admittedly with Port McKenzie, and I'll talk to that here in a minute, the barge ramp, I think it's a pretty significant and strategic ask, and we'll see how the public and you feel about that here in the coming weeks. As far as staffing changes go, really not remarkable. I mean, we have added 3 staff. We're proposing adding 3 full-time staff for the Central Fire Service area, and Mr. Barkley can speak to that when he gets to his presentation. We are proposing 2 adds at the landfill because we will have a new tipping floor that needs to be operated, right? So we will be providing a service that we're not providing today, and somebody's got to staff that and manage it. We are adding 2 Parks and Rec folks, and that's specifically to staff and operate the Big Lake Lions Center that we're acquiring. And then we are proposing 1 fleet mechanic and 1 appraiser. So if you take out the new stuff and the fire service, it's pretty marginal. And then I talked about the change in ambulance billing. That's what that last bullet under staffing changes is speaking to. We're actually going to reduce an FTE, so that position will be just eliminated in this budget. And the other 2 FTEs that support that today will be converted to support budget and risk management. And Cheyenne and I can speak to that in detail if you're interested. We're running too thin in those 2 areas, in my opinion. And they're not areas that you should be running thin in. We literally are 1 deep. And so watching, I'll say finance staff, but sometimes you might think that's like this group of people when it's actually Cheyenne and her revenue and budget manager, Lindsay. That's it. And she's in New York selling bonds, and there's 2 of them working on the budget. And if we had one of them unavailable for any reason whatsoever, we would have a very difficult time trying to figure out how to get you a budget. And that is not a great spot to be in. And so it was a little uncomfortable at times this past couple weeks. And so we think that there's an opportunity here to create some efficiencies and convert some positions instead of just adding new positions, if that makes sense. And then lastly, I talked a little bit about the Jonesville public use area. There's a $500,000 appropriation to support that project. All right, so local education funding, we usually use this slide just to provide context for how schools fit into the overall area-wide mill rate. To be clear, this shows you just the revenues of area-wide property taxes. It doesn't include other revenues that may be out there. But in essence, what you have is school funding is about 68% of the overall area-wide mill rate, and that does include the $2.45 million in capital funding to support school capital projects. And so really it's just meant to be for your reference. Same here with the staffing comparison. If you look, really the takeaway here is that black line is relatively flat or slightly trending downward. That is the ratio of residents to the number of full-time employees. So as we continue to grow in population, what you will see is our staffing doesn't quite keep pace with that. So when we're adding staff, we're adding it at a lower rate than our population is growing. And I think that's a good metric just to watch to see that we're not growing government disproportionately to what's happening with our population. And again, the majority of the staffing increases over the past few years have largely been to EMS and firefighting needs, and those are just driven by service demands and call volume that our community is creating. So I want to give you this snapshot because it's important for two reasons. Number one, this budget maintains our current area-wide fund reserves. That's a really important thing for us to do because this speaks to the AA+ bond rating, and it speaks to our financial or fiscal stability. And so this is an important component, is that we show predictability in maintaining our reserves. And as you can see on that line, we've been pretty consistent for a number of years now, and we want to continue to support that. The second piece is to show you where the capital budget fits into historic capital budget numbers. And as I mentioned, we're at 15 million. Typically, I guess if you look, we're around 8 to 9 million. And so you can see that is one aspect of this budget that is aggressive. And I'll talk a little bit more about some of those individual line items and why I think that's a good investment for us from an infrastructure perspective. So some of those key capital budget items, those top 5 that are highlighted in or that are in red, speak to that difference between the 8 or 9 million and the 15 million. The school deferred maintenance I've mentioned a couple of times. The port barge ramp, I'll discuss that specifically here in just a moment. The Big Lake Lions Center, the transit match, and the Jonesville Shooting Park are all kind of unusual or out of cycle capital needs, if that makes sense. Many of the others that are here on black are fairly routine or fairly regular capital request. And so that gives you a quick overview. Obviously, when you get the budget packet, you'll get the full capital budget, and you'll be able to go through it line item by line item. And that'll include area-wide, non-area-wide, fire service, road service, the whole enchilada. So I'm going to dive into the port barge ramp. And again, I mentioned Mr. Griffin will speak to the operational benefits here. But the borough, this is an important piece, and I hope the assembly picks up on this. We've been setting this up for a couple of years now to try to get to this point where we could round it out, because we suspected that we weren't going to have enough funding to construct the ramp, but we weren't sure what that number was, and I had no level of confidence to bring that to the assembly and ask you for an appropriation at that time. So what we did is we leveraged $4.7 million in federal funding to facilitate the design and to prepare for construction. The design is complete and our permits have been submitted. So theoretically, assuming we get those approved permits from the Corps, we could go to construction if we have the funding by later this year, this fall, or early next year. The cost estimates suggest an additional $2.5 million appropriation is warranted. So that $2.5 million is included in this capital budget. What I want to be clear is really that last bullet. The additional appropriation and what federal funds that you already set aside would give us $6.7 million available for construction. That's nearly 2/3 using federal funds to construct this and no debt. So we're building it with what we have, and Dave will speak to why we think that's a really important thing to help promote Port McKenzie. And I think it's a great story because this has taken time to develop, and we just weren't certain at the time what that would look like. There's still a degree of uncertainty in the budget or in the estimated cost to construct, which you see at the bottom right there. But what we do, you can see that estimate's 5.2 to 7.4 million, and this will make 6.7 million available. So we feel like that's reasonable to put it out to bid, and then we'll see what the bids come in like, and then we'll see if we have to make some adjustments from there. But to get to that point where we can put it out to bid, we're going to need that additional $2.5 million appropriated. So that is a little bit of a deep dive on the barge ramp and why we're asking for that. I like this slide. Some people may not. But I think it illustrates the fact that there are different ways to get there. And so one of the things, we'll do is look around and see what others are doing in terms of how they're funding their needs, specifically of a capital nature. And here recently, actually just this month, Anchorage in their 2025 propositions, and I just pulled select ones that I thought kind of lined up with things that we're doing. So on the left side there, they had 3 propositions, one related to Parks and Rec, one related to public safety, and one related to fire service. Those numbers all reflect things that it looks like their voters are going to choose to bond and take on debt service obligations. On the right side are examples in our budget, in this proposed budget, that utilize a pay-as-we-go method, which is different. I wouldn't actually love it at all. I don't agree with that other approach. But it is a much harder approach to pay as you go, because you're not taking the cost of, let's take an ambulance or a fire apparatus. Let's just say a fire apparatus is roughly $1 million. If you can spread that over a number of years, it's way easier to build a budget around that. That's not what we're doing. Now, fire service areas are having to build up enough fund balance to be able to make that procurement. They don't raise that number of funds in 1 year, but we're not doing it with debt, and we're not spreading it over time. And so the reason I think this is really important to you as a body that appropriates funding, there is a different way to do this. One, I don't think voters would actually approve the other method. And I also don't submit to you that I think it's the best way to manage things financially. What we're doing is the more aggressive. I think it's the right approach, but it is also the harder approach. So when you consider mill levies, that has to be taken into account, and you can really look at recreation, fire, other, EMS, schools, rescue. We're doing it differently. And that does put additional pressure on our budget every year to do it that way. So I just wanted to share that with you for context, so that you have some idea, like there's an easier way to do it, but it may not be a better way. So I'm going to talk mill levies real quick at a high level. So these are the mill levies for all the service areas and area-wide, non-area-wide. I already told you the area-wide mill rate. We're proposing that go down slightly. Everything that's shaded in green indicates a mill rate decrease for that service area. Generally speaking, and you can see the percent change in revenues in the far right column, generally speaking, we held road service areas to about a 5% increase in revenues because we obviously have a lot of needs. Costs have been going up with these contracts, and we still want to get some capital improvements done. On fire service, generally held it to around 3% increase in revenues. So yes, revenues went up for all the service areas, but we measured that a little bit differently between roads, fire. And then you can see all the other special service areas. The non-area wide mill rate also goes down slightly. So this gives you a real quick snapshot. This also shows you the consolidation of the Willow Caswell Fire Service Area. And that's why we don't have a percent increase there, is because it's a new consolidated fire service area. So there's no last year to compare it to. So this will give you some idea of not just what's happening with the mill rate, but how it actually affects the revenues that would be generated to support that service. So when it's all said and done, I'm actually getting to the end pretty quickly. I'm liking this. The tax impact, and it's very difficult to try to tell you what the actual tax impact would be, because when you have fire service and road service areas that vary across the borough, I can't tell you what everybody's going to experience. What we can tell you is what area-wide, non-area-wide would look like, and then you would obviously have some road and fire service on top of that. This proposed budget with an area-wide mill rate of 8.612 would lead to, based on your average single-family residential home value of roughly $388,000, it would be about a $115 tax increase for area-wide, non-area-wide. That's what your tax impact would be if the levies were set as are proposed here. So just so you have some context for what that impact would look like to individuals. So we're going to transition to the department presentations. My slide for that is one slide, this slide. Really, there's nothing remarkable about this slide, but this slide includes elections, clerk, records management, admin, law, purchasing, HR, so kind of those administration functions at the borough level. We're holding the same number of employees that we've had. There's really no changes there other than just adjusting for cost increases. There's nothing remarkable changing in admin. But I feel like I should share that so that you can see that number. I know, in some cases people look and go, well, what are we doing with all the administrative overhead and whatnot? And I would say we're maintaining generally what we have. We're not increasing in those areas. Now, with that said, I am happy to turn it over and start actually leaning into the department budget presentations. I'll pause to see if you have any questions for me. I'm going to go up to the dais, so I'll be at a microphone. Cheyenne's obviously at a microphone, so if there are questions as we go through the department, the director, finance, myself will be available to ask or answer any questions. So are there any questions for me before we transition? Mr. Griffin's up first to lead off with Port McKenzie.
Any questions from the assembly? Okay, let the record show that Assembly Person McKee joined us at 10:22.
Right on. With that said, I'll transition to
Okay,
Mr. Griffin,
you
if that's
come up
okay,
and
Madam Mayor.
protect your balloons so nobody takes them.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Good morning. Good morning, Mayor, members of the Assembly. My name is David Griffin. I'm the Port Operations Manager for Port McKenzie. I'm excited to talk about the port, and there's lots to talk about. Just to get started, there's a saying that has sort of been permeating over the last 6 months with me when it comes to the port, and I just wanted to share that. And you guys have probably heard this before, but you can't control the wind, but you can adjust your sails. And I feel like that's what Port McKenzie's been doing over the last several years, is sort of adjusting its sails. There's a lot of things going on these days at the national level. There's executive orders that are coming out of the White House that I think are going to really play into not only growth and development of our natural resource in Alaska, but Port McKenzie in particular. And that saying encourages resilience and adaptability and suggests that while you might not be able to change the forecasts and circumstances, you can still control your actions and approach to achieve your goals. And so one of these executive orders in particular is specific to Alaska, and that's unleashing Alaska's extraordinary resource potential. And so Port McKenzie really is well positioned to take advantage of the growth and development that we're going to start seeing come online. When you think about ports in Alaska, where are these resources going to move? And ports that are on the road system or the rail, where are these resources going to move? Anchorage is pretty much sort of built out. There are containerized freight ports, so you've got all of your big box stores, your groceries that are coming into the port in Anchorage, some fuel for the base and for the airport, some cement and some military activity. Seward recently took their conveyor out. They used to move about 1 million tons of coal down to Seward every year. They're not doing that anymore. They're kind of retooling more towards the tourism, cruise ship docks and things like that. And similarly, that's what Whittier's been doing. So when we think about resource development and moving these commodities to market, Port McKenzie is just the natural fit. So just wanted to keep that on the front burner there. So let's see here. So yeah, for FY25, we had a really good year. We brought in 2 large ships. We brought in cement from Vietnam, and we brought in salt from Mexico, and then we had a lot of barge activity. And Port McKenzie really is starting to get a name as a place for bringing in supplies and equipment, things like that, to be moved out to points in Western Alaska. We did a pretty significant move of modular homes to some villages. One in particular was in the ADN. It's the village of McTarvik. And so Port McKenzie facilitated the movement of those homes in support of those projects out there, as well as like cruise construction. They have a lot of projects in Western Alaska. So they're bringing in equipment, supplies, fuel, and things like that that are going to their project sites. We had one of our newest customers this year was Fire Island Wind, which is part of Cook Inlet Regional Inc. SERI. They use Port McKenzie to move wind turbine parts out to Fire Island. But you can see on the slide here, we doubled our tonnage. We had 4 new barge operators using the port, 2 out of the Seattle-Tacoma area and 2 out of Homer. And we bumped up our revenues and all of our metrics across the board with dockage and wharfage. And then we also, are making some revenues from leases and permits. So we had a good year. Of note was the pile sleeve project. This project was funded through a federal grant, Economic Development Administration grant, and my predecessor initiated that, and it was cool to see that project get completed, and it actually finished ahead of schedule and on budget. We also, as Mike mentioned, we started working on the design and engineering and permitting for the barge haul-out facility or the barge ramp. We've started working on some security upgrades. We put in new cameras out at the port this year. And we have a very robust port commission, very active port commission at the moment. So we're excited about that. And then there's also been a new push for emergency response and planning efforts and utilizing the port. And that's, I think, by expanding our capabilities with this barge ramp, that's going to add to those efforts. Because with the barge ramp, we're actually be able to bring in landing craft, and the vessels could actually go dry and sit there between tide cycles. And then moving forward with our goals for FY26, we'd love to get the barge ramp project underway. We're at 95% design at the moment. So we're just waiting on the permits. So that's running through that process. And permits are primarily with the federal government, so your Army Corps of Engineers, National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration, NOAA. And so they're looking at that because we do have critical habitat out there in the inlet. So the permitting process can be a little bit lengthy. We're also working on some grants. So we're continuing to work on those with the Maritime Administration at the federal level. And then there's also been a lot of activity with the military, in particular planning for the Arctic Edge exercise, which is going to be happening this summer. Looks like the month of August, we're going to have about 4 weeks of activity. There's, I don't know all the details because that's still kind of coming together, but we're looking at hosting about 300 soldiers at the port, and there will be a lot of vessel activity coming back and forth from Anchorage. The scenario is if the port in Anchorage were to go down and not be operable, how could we move personnel and equipment over to Port McKenzie? So most of that activity will be barge related. And then we've also continued to work on business development. We're being very active with Alaska trade industry groups like the Resource Development Council, the Alaska Miners Association. Got a call just yesterday from the Alaska Trucking Association because once again, they're looking at contingency planning in the event that something happens to the Knik River Bridge or something happens to the port. It's important to think about that because we are subject to the whims of Mother Nature. And if there was an event that happened to cut us off from Anchorage, where 85% of our goods and services come into the state, then Port McKenzie would be utilized to bring in those goods and services. And let's see here, kind of jumping ahead a little bit. But this is just a photo I wanted to share. This is the U.S. Army. Last October, they did what they call a proof of principle exercise, and it was successful. This particular exercise is focused on the import of ammunition and other ordinances into the port. So we are currently negotiating with them. The devil's in the details. So in addition to the Arctic Edge training exercises, there's also negotiations going on with the Army's Surface Deployment Distribution Command to use the port to bring in these ordinances. And then I wanted to show this photo. So this is on the south side of the dock, and this is where a lot of barges are currently dropping their bow ramp, and they got about 3 hours of time here to load and unload, typically what we call roll-on, roll-off cargo, so anything on wheels. And this has been working great. It's all about timing, and it's subject to the tides, but with the construction of a ramp on the north side, we would actually be able to extend that time frame, as I mentioned earlier, where barges could actually just go dry and hang out through tide cycles. Not to mention, we could also pull barges up out of the water for storage and inspection and maintenance and things like that. Because what's happened now is we're seeing a lot of barge activity moving around the inlet, but there are only a few places where barges can be pulled out in the winter for storage, and that's primarily Homer and Seward. And by having a barge ramp here, we could actually do that here in the upper inlet. And this is where the ramp would go, just on the north side there. It's pretty significant in size. It's about 300 feet long, 200 feet wide, 7% grade. It would have a soft surface, meaning gravel surface. And that's what we heard from the industry. They didn't want any sort of like hard surface like concrete because they didn't want to damage the hull. And with a soft surface, it provides them with the opportunity to sort of move around and adjust as needed. But this would be a significant capability for the port to be able to haul barges up out of the water and creates new business opportunities. And just for an example, the other thing that would be nice about this is if we've got rough waters on the south side, then we got calm waters on the north side, and vice versa. So this past fall, we had a barge come in. They were trying to use the south side, and the waters were too rough, and they had to hold out for about 24 hours before they could come in. And time is money, and they said, hey, it costs us $45,000 to spend the night out there. If we would have had opportunity to come in on the north side, we would have saved $45,000. So it's just something that we heard directly from the operators. And so this would be just creating an alternative for us as well. Something else I wanted to mention, me back up, but I have up here regional infrastructure planning. There is a lot of stuff going on out in the Point McKenzie, West Susitna region. In many ways, it's what I like to deem the future of the state. You hear the term north to the future. This is it, and we are that gateway. So whether it's the bridge, the tunnel, the West Susitna Access Road, the completion of the Port McKenzie rail extension, upgrades to the dock, there's a lot of potential out here. And one of the reasons there's a lot of potential out here is because there's lots of private property. Believe it or not, Alaska doesn't have a lot of private property. Less than 1% of the state is in privately owned hands. Well, this area has a lot of private property. So we're going to continue to see growth moving out here. There's also just energy infrastructure. There's electrical transmission lines running through this area. So we're getting a lot of interest from alternative energy companies that are seeking ways to develop new energy sources and tap into the grid. We've also recently heard from companies that want to develop sustainable aviation fuel because Anchorage has one of the fourth busiest air cargo hubs in the world. They use upwards of like 1 million gallons of fuel daily. And a lot of these airlines would like to supplement their fuel with sustainable aviation fuel, helps them meet some of their obligations or commitments to reduce their carbon footprint. And so if we could take, for instance, our beetle kill spruce, which is biomass, and convert that to the sustainable aviation fuel, then they have a customer right across the inlet. So there's ongoing discussions with different companies about setting up shop here. But a lot of this kind of requires the completion of the railroad. So if you're moving biomass or agricultural products or any sort of the cellulosic waste down to the port, it would be best to bring it by rail. So we are currently working with the Alaska Railroad. They are seeking grant funds from the Federal Rail Administration. And, if we could finish that connection, which is approximately 32 miles, it would be a big boon for the port. And I've been pretty honest with the railroad too, like, hey, if for some reason you guys aren't able to, because it is a heavy lift, aren't able to get this going, then maybe we look at a private partnership. I mean, it's 32 miles. Maybe we bring in a private rail company to run the short line. So we're thinking about things like that. The Port District has about 9,000 acres of land. It's zoned industrial commercial. And so we have a lot of land. We have got about 2 miles of shoreline. The borough owns title to this tide submerged lands out in front of the port. So there's just a lot of opportunity for growth. And this is my final slide, but this shows all 3 of our berths at the port being occupied at one time with 3 different operators. So kind of cool. We've got, the barge using what we call the bow ramp berth. That's Bryce Marine. So they are a subsidiary of the Chalista Corporation. Bryce has been using the port quite a bit the last couple of years. They're bringing in their backhauled equipment for the Fire Island Wind Farm. And then we've got the SeaTac Marine barge there at the barge dock. And that barge was contracted by the U.S. Army for that proof of principle. And then we have that large bulk carrier, the Genco Magic, offloading salt as part of the state's DOT winter road maintenance contract. So with that, I would like to wrap it up. I'm available for any questions.
Thanks, Dave. And thank you, Mayor. I just have one quick question. The proposed barge ramp, will it accommodate more than one barge at one time?
Oh, that's a good question.
It
Through the
looks
mayor?
like it in the diagram.
Assemblymember Gamble, it's wide enough so I think it's possible. It's not necessarily part of our design criteria to bring in 2 at one time. Typically, the barges are going to have tug support, and so it might be a little bit challenging to bring in 2 simultaneously. But I could see where we might have one vessel already, moored on the ramp, and maybe bring another one in. The thought is, just for clarification, that when we haul these barges up out of the water, the technique is to use marine airbags. So basically linear balloons, and then the barges using cats or some heavy equipment tie up to the barges, and then the dozers pull the barges up out of the water, rolling them on those marine airbags. But we purposefully designed it to be wide because some of the challenges of operating the Cook Inlet is your tidal fluctuation. I mean, we have the second largest tidal fluctuations in North America, on average of 30 feet per tide cycle. And as a result, we have some strong currents. And so we thought we'd go a little bit wider here just to allow for some flexibility with the vessels. So did that answer your question? Okay.
Assemblyperson Donna?
Related to the ramp, you said currently there's limited 3 hours of time with the ramp there. It's designed currently, what is that extends the time for roll on, roll off? Can you say that?
Through the mayor. Assemblymember Fonoff, what we would be looking at is possibly 12 to 24 hours of operation using the new ramp for roll on roll off, because the barge could in effect come in at high tide, anchor up, get moored securely, the tide could go back out, and it could sit there, high and dry as the tide goes out. And then as the tide comes back in, it could get refloated and moved back out. There's also opportunity. I mean, we're focusing on barges, and that's the design criteria that we've been using is for barges. But there's also the opportunity for landing craft to come in, which are different, right, than barges, because their landing craft are going to be self-propelled. And so they could come in and drop their ramp and do roll on, roll off as well. So even though we talk about barges, there's also other vessels that could be used here. And then theoretically, you could possibly use a travel lift and actually pull, V-hold vessels up out of the water. But I don't want to get ahead of myself, but there's other options for the ramp than just barges.
Okay.
Mike?
Through the mayor, I just wanted to add to that quickly. One of the things that I think is exciting about this idea of the barge ramp too is that you can pull barges out of the water completely for maintenance activity. So like we were talking to one local operator, and Dave may be able to elaborate a little bit more, but the idea of being able to pull a barge out and then have the trades in there doing maintenance on the vessel, like dry dock, we can't do that today. Other ports can do that. There's more pressure on that. But like anecdotally, there was one operator that said we had to do just basic maintenance, not like a large overhaul. And they had to pull out at another port in South Central, and they spent $1 million. And so the $1 million was in labor, materials, and equipment. And that happens, and it could be a local operator, and then they do that someplace else in South Central and then operate. That could happen here in the valley. And so we don't have that capability to do that today. So the loiter time and all those things Dave talked about is really important, but I think it could create some opportunity to do maintenance off cycle where you actually have jobs where people are out there doing, living wage type jobs, where people are doing that work in the valley, and they're not shipping them to other ports in South Central to do that kind of work.
Yeah, and
Assemblyperson McKee?
First of all, this is very, very exciting, and it's incredible that we're having this conversation this year as opposed to a couple of years ago. Wasn't it last year that we finally broke even on revenue and expenses for the first time like ever? I thought it was.
Through the mayor, Assemblymember McKee, we got close. We're getting closer, so we're bridging the gap.
Yeah.
But we didn't quite make it, so it's
Maybe this
taken a
year?
little bit of effort.
It's looking like maybe, from all you're saying here, maybe.
Well, yes and no. I think we're going to continue to see the port be used by the barge operators, and I think that's going to continue to grow. I'm excited about opportunities to be working with like Cook Inlet Regional, Siri, for Fire Island, because Fire Island with this wind project with tens of millions of dollars of infrastructure, and they do not have a dedicated dock for zipping back and forth. Historically, they were bringing the pieces and parts for the wind turbines, driving them up from Lower 48 on a flatbed trailer all the way to Homer, putting them on a barge, and then bringing them up the inlet. So they got the bright idea to contact Port McKenzie and ask if they could use our port, and we're like, absolutely. So I think we're going to continue to see movement on that front. If and when the LNG project takes off, I think we're going to see a lot of import of pipe and other materials come into Port McKenzie for that project. There's also been some interest from the Port of Anchorage with the contracting for the port modernization project to actually use Port McKenzie by their contractors for staging equipment and supplies for that project. So I think we're going to continue to see movement and an increase in barge activity at Port McKenzie. When it comes to the use of our deep draft dock, until something large breaks out, whether it's an export of a bulk commodity like coal,
yeah.
and or any sort of minerals, I think we're probably going to just continue to see one, maybe two ships a year. and that's going to be the salt coming in as part of the DOT road maintenance contract, and then cement. So this year we're bringing a ship in. I don't know exactly when. It could be the spring, it might be the fall. And then next year we're going to definitely be bringing in another ship of cement. So, and there has been a little bit of interest about bringing in possible fracking sands and things like that for use on the north slope. But, we don't, there's a little bit of, we're lacking some infrastructure, dry storage, for instance, for that project, the sand. So we're kind of missing out on that at the moment. But, there's opportunities. We're going to continue to look for funding sources through grants and things like that to build up our capabilities. One of the reasons I brought this slide back up is just to show like that road that leads down to the water. We have all that land just to the north of the road there, and we're looking at possibly developing some laydown area in there. So yeah, we'll see. I think the barge ramp is going to be key to igniting some new growth as well. But we're just going to have to kind of see and just keep doing what we're doing in terms of marketing the port, reaching out to some of these trade industry groups and letting them know what our capabilities are.
And talking to the Alaska Railroad, because if you'd had this conversation a year ago, I would have said, yeah, right. But now it seems like the thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
So, good on you. Good work.
Assemblyperson Sumner?
Yeah, hearing that the barge ramp will be gravel, is there design considerations for the maintenance and erosion and sediment that happen on that?
Yeah, there is through the mayor, Assembly Member Sumner. We've part of the permitting is a maintenance program, and so it's interesting. We are in many ways an inland port, kind of like what you would see on a river, like the Mississippi. Our current flows both directions, right? And then it goes up and down 30 feet. And there's a lot of sediment load in the water column. And so from the engineer's perspective, we're not looking so much at erosion, but actually sediment building up. And what's interesting about that is I had mentioned earlier that the degree of slope on this ramp would be about 7%. And the angle of repose for the mudflats out there is 4 to 5%. So that's ideal, right? So there could be a situation where, yeah, we're accumulating some sediment, but it actually benefits the ramp because it gets us at a 4 to 5% angle. But yeah, there is a maintenance component to this facility.
Deputy Mayor?
Have you contacted Alaska Business Magazine by chance? Or has they done a story on the point?
We actually do have a subscription with Alaska Business Magazine, and we have advertised there in the past. We haven't recently, but that's something that it's actually, through the mayor. I had actually talked to Mike about that yesterday. Was like, we may want to consider drafting an opinion piece to promote the port, because that's something that we haven't done. And there's a lot of misinformation out there floating around about Port McKenzie. Mm-hmm. One is that we have to dredge. We don't have to dredge. Right. And we do bathymetry every year, so we're able to monitor our depths. And we are maintaining 20 feet at mean low water at our barge dock, and we're maintaining 60 feet depth out at the deep draft dock at low water. So that's a big benefit. The port in Anchorage, they dredge. They have to dredge just to get to 32 feet, because that's what those tote vessels and Matson vessels are drafting at 32 feet. So like the ship I was showing a second ago, this bulk carrier there, that's drafting at like 40 to 45 feet, depending on how much weight's in it. So we're able to bring in the big ships.
Yeah, I know just traveling out to the bush working and stuff like that, the magazines were all over the airplanes and airports and stuff, but there's a lot of information, contact information in there, native corporations and things like that, because I was targeting concrete business and those were contact to get my letter of introduction out there to them and stuff like that. So top 49, things like that.
Through the mayor, Assembly Member Bernier, we did actually run an ad. Kareen, was that which magazine did we run that ad in recently? Was that the Resource Development Council magazine? We did recently run an ad. So, and I think that gets us places. And what I've found, I've been in this role for about 2 years now, and what shocks me, and it continues to shock me, is that there are folks out there in the industry that don't know that we're open. For whatever reason, they've thought we've closed down. So I've run into people and like, absolutely, we're open. We're moving cargo. And they're like, really? Awesome. I didn't realize that. I thought you guys shut down. So that's back to some misinformation that we're dealing with. A lot of what we're having to do, and it's great having Kareen on board, because we're able to get out there and sort of shake the branches and wave the flag a little bit. If we're not at the table, then we're on the menu. And so we got to go out there and do what you're saying and like promote the port, advertise, go out, shake hands, and meet with folks and let them know what our capabilities are. There is tribalism in the state, and everybody wants to kind of keep business in their area. And so we got to be proactive. So I appreciate you saying that.
Assemblyperson Nowers.
You have to remember that being, you're not at the table, you're on the menu. It's just visual image. I hope you will stay with us. I've been very thankful to have you on board, and I really appreciate what you have done to make those personal connections, because that's business in Alaska. I mean, we can run ads, we can spout all we want, but the work to get out and make a connection and let people know exist and we're real, and I think that's been a real asset to the borough. So I just wanted to say that on the record, to thank you for your work doing that.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that's it. Assemblyperson Connor?
Quick question. You said that with the federal administration possibly being pro-development, with this railroad grant or connection to make, I was wondering if anything Assembly could do, maybe ask our federal representation, or maybe you have already had, to almost give us an answer on this, if they're considering they're willing to work us, because then if they kind of close the door, then at least we can pursue harder the private public option you were talking about, or maybe, but if we can try to push that, then maybe I do believe there's people that would be able to, the current representation for federal side of things, I think they would be able to bring up to the right channels, whether it's transportation or whoever is in charge of that department. I think if you can think of a way for us to put a resolution or reach out to those things, I think our body would be very supportive of trying to create a little bit of friendly reminders, pressure type of thing to get them, give us an answer at least, That was the first kind of comment on that. So if you will have any ideas how to pursue that, I'd love to hear it. I'm sure all of us. And the second question, I said, quick on this, the barge ramp, untypical, if it was to move forward, how long about does it take to construct it?
Through the mayor, Assemblymember Fanov, to your first point, I was invited down to Juneau several weeks ago to present our position on the rail project in front of the Senate Transportation Committee at the behest of Senator Mike Shower. We are working closely with the Alaska Railroad in the sense that they know our position, we know their position. The project, just for the record, consists of a 32-mile rail extension from Houston to the port. Of the 32 miles, 25 miles of embankment has been constructed. Of the 7 bridges, 6 of the bridges have been constructed. Of the 200,000 tons of ballast rock required to complete the project, there's 100,000 tons of ballast rock sitting at the Curry Quarry up north of Talkeetna. All the environmental permitting has been completed. The authorization from the U.S. Surface Transportation Board is in hand. The right-of-way was acquired. So this project is beyond shovel-ready. It's beyond half constructed. $184 million has been spent on it, all from state coffers. So it's not just an idea. It exists. It's out there. If you were to fly, in that region, you're going to see it from the road. I'm sure some of you have probably ridden your four-wheelers or snow machines on it. You could drive it. The section from Ayrshire up to Houston, exists. People drive it. The remaining portion to be completed is through the Point McKenzie Farms. That area is relatively flat. It's well drained. And for all intents and purposes, that's the easiest part to complete the embankment. So, and the right-of-way is in the Matsu Borough's name. So, in many ways, if the railroad walks away from this project, we can pick it up and move it. Yes, we don't want run railroads, but we could, by all intents and purposes, figure out a way to form a public-private partnership and do that. And so that's something I have brought up with the railroad. It's like, hey, would you guys be open to a private company running and operating and maintaining that 32-mile extension? Maybe it's not operating year-round. Maybe it's just seasonal. But they're open to it. And they would need to be on board because it would connect to the main line. So whoever were to come in and run that would have to get along with the railroad. So,
Okay, alrighty, sure, I
Sorry.
think that's it. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
And
we need to move along.
we're
so.
guessing, through the mayor, Councilmember Rafano, we're guessing approximately one construction season to build it. So, all right.
All right. Getting the high sign.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Let the record show that Assemblyperson Sumner joined us at 10:35. Good morning.
Good morning.
Go ahead.
Excellent. Thank you. Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Assembly members. For the record, Jillian Morrissey, Community Development Department. And last year, when I stood in front of you, I had been in my position about a week before I did this presentation. So I'm very much looking forward to providing this presentation to you after having spent a year in my position. So without further ado, I'll go ahead and jump right in. So first, I want to start directly with the finances so that we have an opportunity to look at this. Manager Brown in his slides already spoke to some of the things that we will be looking at in community development. One of the increases that he showed you was two FTEs that we'll be including into our community development budget in order to do the acquisition and then subsequent operations for the Big Lake Rec Center. I wanted to draw your attention to the graph below, and if we could look at the 2026 line there, and we're going to start at the top and break apart some of those things so that I can explain what you're looking at here. So the first, the top part of the line on 2026 is a lime green color, and what you're looking at there is our land management fund and our expenditures there. As you can see, there is what looks like an increase, and that is due to some of our GL account code housekeep work that we did on our budget this year. We actually had many personnel positions that were split between area-wide and land management. We actually moved those positions under land management this year for better tracking in our budgeting processes, and also just to clean up how we were doing that budgeting. What you also see in this land management account for expenditures is the Jonesville transfer. And as you'll hear throughout my budget proposal presentation today, Jonesville is a priority. We are moving forward with this. And so that is reflected here in that lime green section of our land management expenditures. So below that, you will see the next section is our non-area-wide budget. That's a status quo. There's no increases or changes to that budget. That is usually reflected through, this budget reflects our libraries and how we do funding for those facilities and programs. Below that, you will see our area-wide budget. That's in the more blue-green color at the bottom of the 2026 line. And you do see an increase there. And again, that is part of what Manager Brown had talked about, another priority, and that is the acquisition and subsequent operations of the Big Lake Rec Center. And so you see that increase in order to account for that new facility and programming that we'll be doing there. And I'll pause for any questions there. Otherwise, I'll start jumping into our accomplishments from this past year.
Don't see any, ma'am, so go
Okay.
ahead.
I'll keep my perky pace then. Keep on going. Okay, so for our fiscal year 2025 accomplishments, I'm going to start with our Land and Resource Management division. So again, I spoke of Jonesville as a priority. I'm going to keep talking about it because we are shining a light on moving this project forward and making progress. So back in January, the manager provided a weekly post that had our timeline for the development of the Jonesville Shooting Park. And this was an assertive and bold timeline. We provided that timeline to our legislators down in Juneau, and likewise provided to our interagency partners that we are working with in order to move this project forward. I provided a copy of that timeline for you. It should be up at the dais, and if you wanted to look at that again. We have been able to hit some of those timelines already, and some, though we haven't made quite the mark that we expected to. For example, the RFP for design for the phase 1 feasibility and design was supposed to go out we were anticipating for this winter. We weren't able to hit that mark, but we are on track to be able to put that through our procurement process and put that out to bid this spring. We are currently looking at the draft scope of work for this, and we have already received comments from DNR on that draft scope of work and are pushing forward. I can tell you that the gas pedal is down on this project. We are moving ahead, and it is a big collaboration. This really hasn't been done before, where you have an interagency agreement working to move this type of ambitious project forward. So we're really excited about it. We're going to keep talking about it, and we are putting resources to it. And also at the next regular assembly meeting next week, you will see that we have our first philanthropic donation. We have $50,000 from Mat-Su Trails and Park Foundation to help us move forward the phase 1 design and feasibility study. So we have support from our community and from our philanthropic foundation to help us with this project. So very exciting. Second on there, I want to talk about receiving patent for the lands for government peak recreation area. This is a huge deal. This has been an assembly priority to have more state land transfers. We just received a patent for about over 2,500 acres of state lands, and in the next 30 days anticipate another 700. So that's over 3,000 acres of high quality, high value land that has been transferred to the borough. We are really excited about this because we are currently actively managing GPRA as a recreation area, but now we have title to those lands. So we look forward to what the opportunities that provide us. We also had 2 successful online land sales this past year. I want to thank the Assembly for their vision in moving us to an online platform for these land sales. They were highly successful. We have our next one that will open on May 5th and look forward to seeing the upward trend of success for those land sales. We also have over 1,600 acres of timber sold or under contract. This is huge. This has been a nascent industry for the Mat-Su Borough, and we're excited that it continues to grow. This is good for local business, and it's good for our residents, and we are looking forward to continuing to grow those programs. Any questions about land management? Yes.
Assemblyperson Key?
Oh,
Our deputy mayor, whichever one wants to go.
I'll go. On these 2 successful online land sales, what was the amount of acreage and what was the price? And
Through the mayor to Assemblymember McKee, I apologize. I didn't come with that data right in front of me. We've provided that information through our performance report and also through the manager's weekly post, but I can follow up with you after
Would you do
this
that? That's
meeting.
just curious.
I
When
would
it says
happily.
successful, I'm just looking for what makes success, so
Absolutely.
that'd be great.
I
Thanks.
can provide that.
Deputy Mayor?
The 2,500 acres of state land, where is that located?
Government peak excuse me, through the mayor to Assemblymember Bernier, that government peak recreation area is a unit of Hatcher Pass management area. So if you are leaving Palmer and going up Palmer Fishhook, it is that area that is then to the west of the entrance to the Hatcher Pass area.
5 or?
I believe that is District 1, Mr. Hales. Thank you for the
Other
question.
Questions? Okay, continue on, Perky Sill.
So for our fiscal year 25 accomplishments with Parks, Recreation, and Library Division, I want to highlight a few things. First, at the meeting last year for our budget proposal, I heard loud and clear from Assembly members that they wanted the Community Development Department to maximize our offerings at our pools. And so we had the goal of, in fiscal year 25, to go to 6-day-a-week offerings at both of our pools. We were able to accomplish this by November. And I'm going to speak more to pools when we get to the Wasilla Pool drain repair and facility operation upgrades. We did have a pool closure that began in January of this year for a very strategic repair. But I'll hold on to that for just a second. The 6-day-a-week offerings at both pools allows more consistent offerings for our residents, so they know which. Before we had offerings Monday through Friday at both pools, and then we were alternating on Saturdays. That's difficult for our families in order to track, and so offering it 6 days a week provides more consistency and just allows us to do more programs and more offerings for our families. I want to talk about J. Nolfi Park recreation and safety upgrades. You're actually looking of the picture of the groundbreaking on this slide. This is one of those times where I get to highlight just community involvement. This project was so incredibly successful because of the work of the Big Lake Community Council and also the Big Lake elementary community. They all came together to talk about the needs and the wants and what we had the ability to do. And through that collaboration, we were able to not only increase the accessibility for the J. Nolfi Park, but we were also able to add more playground structures. And through an appropriation of the Assembly, we're also able to add lighting to that park, which is a huge, it provides much more safety for the recreation facility and just for the residents that use that park. So back to pools for a minute. The Wasilla Pool drain repair and facility operation upgrades. Our facilities, our 2 pool facilities, are about 50 years old each. They are older facilities, and it's important that we maintain these facilities because as they age and the pool environment is actually quite corrosive, it's important that we look at those facilities and continue to take care of what needs to be taken care of. One of the things that happened at the Wasilla Pool is the drain systems and the piping underneath the concrete was beginning to fail. And so we unfortunately had to close the Wasilla Pool for about 3 months in order to fix the Wasilla Pool. But what I can happily say is that the contractors were able to finish ahead of time, and we tried to minimize the disruption. And during the time of the Wasilla Pool closure, we were offering 7-day-a-week programming at the Palmer Pool in order to accommodate families. That also gave us a pilot program for our goal for the fiscal year 26, which is to go to 7-day-a-week programming at both of our pools. The next thing that I wanted to highlight was the design and implementation of online services for all of our recreation facilities. I am thankful for the IT department and their help with this project, but we knew that we needed to meet our our residents and our families where they are, and they use their phones and online services for most of their business things that they do. And so what we wanted to offer was not only enhanced services, but more convenience, and also offer our staff automation of some process and systems that they were doing manually. This creates efficiencies within our own operations and just enhances the visitor use experience that we can have at our pools. And so now between our Brett Memorial Ice Arena, our two pools, and also our campgrounds, and this even goes to our parking passes at trailheads, you can do all of this work online in your pajamas at home, even at your convenience. Any questions about the service, some of our accomplishments in parks, recs, and libraries? Okay, I'll keep moving. For our fiscal year 26 major goals, we have I have two mantras moving into this fiscal year. One, to maximize services, which includes not only our offerings, but also the locations that we're providing those services. And the second is to improve resident and visitor experiences, which is in direct alignment with the adopted borough strategic plan. So first, I want to start with maximizing services and with our offerings and locations. I mentioned before, we are setting ourselves up to go to 7-day-a-week offerings at both of our pools. I am really excited about this because what we know is that when we look at our visitor use at both of our pools, our highest use areas are open swims and party rentals. And those are things that we can do more of for our residents. We also know swimming lessons are a huge need in not only the borough, but also Alaska. And so we are looking at how we can increase those offerings. And by opening ourselves up to 7-day-a-week programming, we have more opportunities to do that. And we're really excited to roll that out and be able to share with you what that looks like into the future. We are also anticipating inaugural operations at Big Lake Recreation Center. We have a lot of excitement about this in our department. It's not every day you get to take over a new facility. And so we've had a year to anticipate what this is going to look like. And now we're getting closer through this budget process in order to be able to start to operate up there at Big Lake Rec Center. Part of the assembly asking community development to look into operating the Big Lake Rec Center gave us the opportunity to look at how we were staffing our ICE programming here in the borough. So when Manager Brown was talking about retooling, this is exactly where we were able to look at how we do things right now and look at, is there a way that we can break that apart, do more, offer it in more places, and get more value out of not only our recreation facilities, but also the staffing. So let me explain how that's going to happen. So we actually have, once we acquire Big Lake Rec Center, we will have 6 sheets of ice in the borough. Before, it used to be that the borough had the Brett Memorial Ice Arena, and all of our ice programming was focused on the Brett Memorial Ice Arena. Well, we actually have 4 outdoor ice rinks that are on borough property at Sutton Elementary, Talkeetna Elementary, Wasilla Middle School, and Willow Elementary School. The Willow and Talkeetna Elementary ice rinks are actually covered ice rinks. Those ice sheets were covered during the 2018 rec bond. And so what we are looking to do is, as we go through this budget process, and once we acquire Big Lake Rec Center, our ICE program staff will not only be offering programs at the Brett Memorial, we'll also be looking at offering our offerings at the Big Lake Rec Center. But we're also looking at pushing our Learn to Skate program out to those outdoor ice arenas, ice rinks. That allows us to be able to offer more programs in more locations and meet more family needs, and wherever they happen to be in the borough. So instead of asking families to come to us, we're actually going to them. And I'm really excited about this because this just enhances the experience for our families borough-wide. Additionally, we're looking at opening Sunshine Creek Campground in Talkeetna. We've been working on this project for a long time, and this will be the inaugural year that we'll have that campground open and available to the public. If you've never been up there, it's an extraordinary place, and it's actually one of our only borough campgrounds that you can see the majesty of the Alaska Range. Any questions about?
Just out of curiosity. Oh, sorry. How about the one over in Palmer, the rink? Is that not part of, is that?
Through the mayor to Assemblymember McKee, that is run and operated by the city of Palmer.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Ready? Go ahead.
Thank you. Moving on to improving resident and visitor experiences. Again, you see Jonesville again. We are looking to complete phase 1 for the Jonesville Shooting Park and prepare for phase 2 this next fiscal year. Matt River Park and Campground, we're looking to try to do some critical utility upgrades over at that crown jewel of a park and campground. We have some issues currently with our electrical system over there that it has reached the end of its life. And we have maximized what we can there, but we're at the stage now that we're looking at doing necessary utility upgrades for that park. Matt River Campground offers a really unique experience for visitors and for residents alike. The Matt River Park and Campground is actually located in the city of Palmer. There's not many campgrounds in the state of Alaska that are in the city that promotes a lot of local business. So folks can go with if they're car camping or RV parking, pull the bikes off the back and be able to bike into city of Palmer, enjoy those local businesses, but also just the experience with the aviation and the city of Palmer Airport. It's a really unique experience. And last year we had over 50,000 visits at Matt River Park, and we continue to see that grow. And we want to be able to continue to offer a high quality experience for the folks that come to Matt River Park and use this as a landing pad to experience our community. We are looking to complete the expansion of the Pioneer Peak Trailhead. That was money that was appropriated by the Assembly last year. We've been working on the design throughout the winter, and we're looking forward to the construction of that and opening up that new trailhead. We also are looking to confirm additional state land transfers, which has also been an Assembly priority to offer more and diverse recreation opportunities throughout our borough. And now that we have the patented lands for the Government Peak Recreation Area, we're looking at developing and adopting a management plan for that area. And we're also looking at to enhance and improve the signage at the GPRA management area. We're also looking to survey and design new trails to disperse use. I've mentioned this to many Rotaries and other community groups, but also to the Assembly. There was messaging about 10 to 12 years ago that was really to get outside with families and celebrate our natural beauty in our area, but also just to spend that quality family time together and just for the health and well-being of our community members. Well, that message was definitely received. We have seen exponential growth at our trails and trailheads. And now what we know is that we have the happy problem of that does have impacts on our facility and infrastructure. And we need to keep investing in those in order to do maintenance, but also find new areas in order to disperse that use and develop new opportunities for folks that love to get outside. We're also working on Title 23 agricultural updates, and our Ag Board has been working on allowing more subdivisions to support more agricultural use. Agriculture's changed over the years. Now we have microgreen farmers and flower farmers that can do agriculture, can utilize agricultural lands that are less than 40 or 400 acres. So they are looking at doing updates in order to support continued agricultural efforts here in the borough. And lastly, I threw this bullet point in just in case I didn't mention it. We just need to continue to address deferred maintenance in order to protect our assets and protect our facility infrastructure so that we can continue to offer these visitor experiences and resident experiences for future generations. So with that, I can entertain any questions.
Assemblyperson Fauna.
All right. First, thank you so much for the Saturday's offering for the pools. I know I brought that up, and that's one of the days that a lot of families do get to go. It's probably the busiest by far, and it's always nice to be able to rent if it's party. And I went to the gets to the open one and to the private one. Both are good options for families and fairly affordable. So, if you go back to page 10 that you have on there, which is I think one of the first ones that you offered, the previous years, it's kind of steady grow. Last year was a decent jump at 600, almost a million, 960,000, but this is 2.3 million. So it's huge difference, I would say. I would like to almost see you guys give a breakdown of all the projects, because from my remember, we were willing to consider the Big Lake Center rec center, but right now it's almost like in the budget and it's like it's already a done deal, and I think we haven't really finalized this deal. So I would want to be careful before we kind of like talk as if it's already completed deal. So that's where I would also ask Assembly to ask all the questions and consider before making that, because it is a big investment. And right now it seems like only two people, a center like that won't be able to be ran by two people. We know that's the reality of it. So I would like to see the breakdown of what those 2.3 millions that increases. So maybe we could kind of be on a menu, like to choose maybe the ones where we're supporting or not. And I'm connecting to the Big Lake thing. Two people for a facility like this, you're assuming they can run and operate? That sounds not very reasonable. Or is this something that you had to create to the minimum just to get this deal done? Because you said you're very excited about that. But the reality, we know that, a facility that has so many options there cannot be ran by two people. That's just, so to me, I would like to see that breakdown of the big difference, so we could kind of have and to be realistic with the number of people we really need with what we're trying to achieve, I guess, so that we don't have a thing next year and say, well, we thought it was two people, but we really need 6 people or something like that. So I just thinking ahead a little bit. So that's my comment on this one.
Through the mayor to Assemblymember Fonoff, thank you for those questions. So first, I'm happy to share a breakdown. Some of the additional expenditures also, the $500,000 transfer through the Land Management Fund for Jonesville. So, but we can provide a breakdown so that you can see what is in that $2.3 million increase. Additionally, then to your question around how many people to run the Big Lake Rec Center, one of the retooling and the work that we did is we are leveraging personnel from the Brett Memorial Ice Arena to also, so it's additional 2 full FTE for Big Lake Rec Center, but we also have we have staff from Brett Memorial Ice Arena to help support the Big Lake Recreation Center. And we also will be looking at on-call positions in order to fill in gaps where it's not administrative purposes. It's someone just to check out skates or things that can be done by on-call staff.
How many people are currently running Brett Memorial? How many part-time and full-times you have currently? About. To not speak incorrectly, I would love to meet with you after and share with you the breakdown and how what the Brett Memorial Ice Arena staffing looks like currently. Okay, I'm pretty sure it's more than 2 people, right? So
it is more than 2 people.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so that's just my little bit of concern. So we're projecting and we're making it like it's already done deal. So I would really love us to, look into it before we make this commitment. That's just as information, but thank you for the answer.
Absolutely. And through the mayor to Assembly Member Fonoff, we know that it will be, it's going to be a test year with the Big Lake Rec Center if we do acquire it. Again, this is a proposal that my job is to come to you with the proposal and work our way through it and try to staff appropriately. But one of the things that we do know is that we'll need to closely monitor and make sure that we're staffing that facility appropriately for the needs. The other thing is the Brett Memorial Ice Arena is it's a refrigerated ice arena where the Big Lake Rec Center is a natural freeze facility. And so the way that programming is done there is a little bit differently in its current state. Thank you.
Assemblyperson Hours, did you have a comment?
Yeah, a couple of comments. Couple of things stood out on here to me. I mean, there's a lot, but the patent for the government peak lands, it's shocking to hear that we've actually moved forward on that because every other land transfer is in process. So that, and then the timber sales, I've been just so happy to see that go forward with and done well, which is a real credit to the folks who are harvesting the timber. But just a huge thank you to the staff and the work that has gone into making those two things happen, because if you asked me to work on patents for lands, I think I would pull all my hair out if I had to do that kind of work. So I just really appreciate the people that we do have that do that sort of work. And then a couple other comments. I just, maybe more than any other department, I think this department is the heart of the borough. It touches just all of us and our families in different ways. If you're taking swimming lessons, or you're teaching your kid hockey, or you're trying to get out to do the things that are the reason we live in this place, whether that is hiking or biking or snow machining, horseback riding, running, I mean, you name it, this is where families interact with the borough on a daily basis. And in the scheme of things, it's a money loser when you look at our budget for the borough, but it's a community winner and it's a plus on the balance sheet. If we have kids who don't drown because they learn how to swim at our pools, or kids who don't get into trouble because they were doing hockey in our rinks, and that kept them busy and out of trouble. As a former teenager, I know there were sports that kept me out of that. So, when I think about the Big Lake hockey rink and I look at this budget, I think about the value that comes to the community from that kind of effort. And I do appreciate the lean way we run these facilities, because they're a lot of work. And lastly, I'll just say, one way I kind of judge the accomplishments of a department is what hasn't happened and what I haven't heard as an assembly member. I've had a few calls, but not very many at all in terms of people complaining about our facilities or how we're operating them, et cetera. So, when you don't have that, you are showing that you're doing a good job. So thank you for the work that's been going on, and thank you for the presentation and the thoughts about moving forward. Appreciate it.
Deputy Mayor?
Is there any vision or plans on going from the way the hockey rink is set up now to a refrigerated rink?
Through the mayor to Assembly Member Bernier, we have looked at opportunities for refrigeration. It's about a $1.5 million upgrade to that facility. One of the things that we saw this year, it was a difficult winter for a natural freeze ice rink, and the Big Lake Rec Center was not open very much for ice time because of the conditions that we had. We are working with different philanthropic organizations to see if they could help us meet that need and refrigerate the Big Lake Rec Center if acquired.
Any further questions? Okay, thank you. Oh, Assembly Person Fauna, go ahead.
Me.
Oh, Gamble, okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Great presentation, Jillian. Thank you. On page 12, at the very bottom, there was a note down there that says over 1.3 million recovered revenues and growing. Can you explain that?
Thank you for noticing that. Through the mayor to Assemblymember Gamble, through efficiencies and our operations and process improvements, we are beginning to realize more recovered revenue. We understand that the Assembly puts in a lot of investment in these community facilities and programs. And our staff is looking at how we can continue to increase efficiencies while still making these opportunities, recreation opportunities, affordable for our families. So helping with that balance.
Great. Can you provide an example of one of those or how you're recovering?
Absolutely. I thank you for the question too. So as a follow-up, I'm going to use the Brett Memorial Ice Arena as an example. So one of the things that the Brett Memorial experienced is that they lost their adult hockey league in order to, though that hockey league went to other ice rinks. And so our manager was able to actively go out and seek out an opportunity to bring that adult hockey league back to the Brett. That's not only increased revenue, but it just maximizes the ice time that we have, that we're using the ice. And so the Brett Memorial Ice Arena during heavy hockey times in the winter will be open between sometimes 6 a.m. to 1 o'clock at night. Hockey people will skate in the middle of the night.
Yeah, right.
Any ice time that they get. And so we are selling more ice and selling more time on the ice sheets.
Thank you. Follow-up? Just a statement. I also want to applaud the timber sales and timber contracts. Andrew Traxler, which you probably know, has spent the last year educating me on timber harvesting and timber sales, and he speaks very highly of your department. So thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, well, thank you. Lunch is here, and so I think we're going to go ahead and break, and then we will, let's see, how long should we break? Half hour, or did you want to do a working lunch?
Maybe take 15.
15? Okay, so let's try to come back at noon time, and lunch is my understanding, is for everybody.
The directors included in
The directors, all of you are included, on behalf of Mike's birthday. No, I'm just teasing that. He bought lunch on, no, that's not true. Okay, we'll see you at noon.
I know I'm, put it back there for later, because I think I'm.
So Ken, have you had a chance to eat your lunch? Are you? Okay. I'm going to go ahead and call the meeting back to order. We're glad that you're all very much engaged in asking questions, but we're not supplying dinner, so we want to get out of here before supper time tonight, okay? So, should I just go ahead and have Ken come up, or do you want to?
Let's roll.
Okay, so come on up, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Assembly members and staff. Ken Barkley, Director of Emergency Services. First thing I want to let you know about the Emergency Services is the largest department in the Matsu Borough. And I think we're the most unique. And the reason I say that is we're the ones that are going inside people's homes. Every day we're forward facing for the Matsu Borough. And we're going into people's homes in the middle of the night, in unfavorable conditions, sometimes the weather. And when they're calling us, it's usually when they're not at their best. So that's the uniqueness about emergency services. On this slide here, you'll see the budget on here. You'll see there's very little increases, and there are some decreases here. This is also with the emergency services. We have full-time, paid on call, temps, 1,000-hour, and volunteer positions. And that's what makes emergency services able to meet the public demands. Next slide. We're meeting service demands amid continued increase in call volume. So we're able to meet the demands of the public currently, even though you're going to see on the next slide increases in the call volume. And so far, we're able to meet those demands, and it's a lot to do with the positions that the Assembly over the last 5 years has allowed us. Had we not hired the medics when we hired way back with COVID, me and the manager spoke about it numerous times, we would not have met the demands of the call volume back then. We've hosted our 16th annual Emergency Expo. Over 2,000 people attended that. And it's really, really well received throughout the public. There's prizes, there's gifts, a lot of interaction with children, and there's a lot of vendors there that the public gets to meet and speak to. In a lot of the emergencies, we have a lot of people that work in the background, and that's our CERT team, Red Cross, those type of you don't hear much about, but they're really very important to our organization, and those are at those events as well. Our on-call responders worked over 93,000 hours last year. 93,000 hours that our on-call staff has supported us, and that helps the borough out tremendously. Our CERT team, they graduated 44 students last year. We have CERT teams all the way from Glacier View to Trapper Creek, different ones. The mayor and I have attended some of them ourselves at the graduations, and it's really nice to see the public getting involved. And during an emergency, our CERT team is probably one of the most important because I'm dealing with the actual emergency, but all the peripheral things behind the scenes need to be dealt with. When we do evacuations, where are we going to put everybody? And that's what the CERT teams help us with. But during those evacuations, it's more important for them to see familiar faces. And that CERT team is from their community than strangers mushing them out of their house and rushing them down the road to get to safety. So our CERT team is instrumental in our operation. And then our EOC operates mostly off of grants. It pays for their salaries and equipment to run the EOC. We have a SHSP, the wildfire mitigation grant, and we also have the EMPG. The EMPG grant is the one that pays most of their salaries. I'm going to click through there. If there's any questions, please speak up. On this slide here, you'll see fire and rescue is on this slide. 28% increase over 5 years of responses. That's the call volume, how much more we're having to go and support the public. In this one here, you have fire and rescue. Although it says fire and rescue, the firefighters are the rescue folks. It's not like a separate group of people come out, and help. It is the firefighters. They're also rescue techs, except for the water rescue team. The water rescue team is strictly paid on call. And that's Swift Water, Ice Rescue, our dive team, etc. EMS, 12% increase on our EMS calls. Again, we're working to support the needs of the community. And we're doing that by strategically placing ambulances and getting them back in service quicker. The one thing that I do want to mention about this, and I'm probably Assembly Member Gamble might relate a little bit, but with EMS, it's the one that's out there the most. So we get some of the complaints we receive sometimes has been from EMS because they're the ones that are out there the most. I'm proud to say in over 2 years, maybe more, I have not received any complaints from the public about our EMS. And that says a lot about their training and about their professionalism out there. And the calls I do receive are thanking us for being there, thanking us for the compassion. The last 2 that I received were actually borough employees. So I thought that's something I really need to mention about our EMS team. They're doing a wonderful job. They're providing advanced life-saving measures that we never did before. We are saving lives that years ago we couldn't do through medicine and technique. It's proven itself. So our community is well served by our first responders. Some of our accomplishments, this one might sound familiar, the Willow and Caswell combining those. We worked hard at that. We worked on it for years, and it doesn't go into effect until July 1st, but the boards are excited about it, the community is excited about it, and it's a win-win for everybody because they were responding together, sharing, they worked together, they trained together. You couldn't tell the difference. It was just getting them officially recognized as such. So that's going to be a win once that is effective July. We reassigned 2 of our rescue squads, and what we did is up north, when I say that, Trapper Creek and beyond, up in that area, we would respond with our rescue truck to a vehicle accident, let's say. But when we get there, it's on fire. Well, we got to get a fire truck now to go all the way out there to support that. So what we've done is we repurposed 2 other trucks that we had, and now they have fire suppression and rescue capability. So both of them, when they go up north past Trapper Creek and on, they're capable of fighting fire, initial fire attack, and provide rescue if it's auto extrication or a medical call. They're both vehicles are well equipped. Moving on with accomplishments, we're using our PCR, patient care reporting. The patient care reporting is electronic for the medics now. And what that does is when they're doing their reporting, it automatically goes to the hospital. So they can see what coming in, what the status is of the patient, what their needs are. Are they going to go immediately to the cath lab, or are they going to be able to maintain them, in a slower pace, not like a code red as we call it. The other one is our fleet management. So for fleet, we switched our program as well, Image Trend, and that's what we're all using now. IT's been driving that bus, and they've really helped us with that. But Image Trend is a good program, and our fleet now, every vehicle that's worked on, they have an iPad, and at the vehicle, they're writing in what was done in that vehicle, what was repaired. One of the problems that was recognized was when a vehicle goes in for repairs, it may have 4 things wrong with it. And when you see it at the fire station or back at the ambulance and you see it back, you don't know, was everything fixed? Was some of it fixed? Are we waiting on parts? They didn't know. So what this program does is anybody, the firefighters, medics can at any time go on and see what was done to that truck or what wasn't done, what parts are on order. So that's huge. And it also gives us a maintenance history. Because one thing the assembly always asks when we're trying to get rid of a vehicle, buy a vehicle, well, why are we getting rid of that vehicle? Well, we can show you a maintenance history. Look, it's had all these things broken on it. It's been out of service more than it's been in service. So that's some of the technology that Image Trend has provided and our fleet department is using. And our fleet department, just the vehicles, it's over 400 vehicles that they're maintaining throughout the cycle. And it's with this program, it really helps them see which ones have been serviced, when they've been serviced, etc. Some of our goals, our communication infrastructure is one of them that we've been working on tremendously. So we're doing a joint effort with the state on one of their towers up by Glacier View. The tower is already there, but they need a much taller tower. So we're joining forces with them. We're almost done. We just got a little bit more. We just need a few more signatures. And we're going to bring the tower, which we already have, put a taller tower up there, and then we will be able to use that repeater at no cost. So we're working with the state. They need something. We're helping them out. So that's one of them. The other one is the city of Wasilla. We're working with them. Same scenario, and we need a tower there. It'll be our backup system. If MACCOM goes down, there's another tower in the city of Wasilla that we will be able to utilize. So we're going in partnership with the city of Wasilla to have that tower, because right now our backup is more of a mobile center we have. So that'll be critical to our infrastructure. The one thing we've done over the years, we've moved a lot of our repeater sites and our towers, because we were paying over $5,000, maybe more, for just the land that our towers were on. It wasn't borough land, it was state. So we've moved almost all of them onto borough land, which also gives us better access, to the tune of, we're only paying $1,500 a year now. So that's been instrumental in our communications and our backup system. The other one, hands-on CPR. This is part of our community outreach, getting out into the public and helping them. All Matsu Borough employees, we teach CPR, the hands-on CPR, and we're also partnership with Project Hope to make that possible. So that's been real critical, and I know that's very well received as well. We want to continue the systemic replacement of older and antiquated apparatus and equipment. I've spoke about that a little bit, but that's one of our goals. If this vehicle isn't accredited through the ISO, they don't recognize it, or the vehicle is just too old, we can't get parts. We've had some of that happen. We've actually had to have parts made for our trucks, which that got very expensive and took forever. So we're working on trying to upgrade our vehicles, and while doing that, we're making them safer as well with the new technology. We'll continue development of our tech rescue. And this kind of goes a little bit back to what Dave was talking about, the bridges. If something happens, and Anchorage is our backup for trench rescue, confined space. If something happens, we're on our own. We call Anchorage. It was about, 5, maybe 7 years ago now, in Butte, we had a very serious incident. Two men trapped in a trench rescue. They were digging a trench for a water line, and they were stuck in that trench, and Anchorage had to come out and assist us. And I tell you, it was like a movie, because the minute they got them out, that whole thing collapsed. So we want to be more self-sufficient so we can handle those type of calls in the borough. And that's part of the budget from last year. You supported us buying the equipment. Now we're working on the training right now to get our folks trained for technical rescue. So that's critical to the infrastructure and supporting our folks in the borough. Supporting our growth of our youth firefighter program. That's had some hiccups in initial transportation, getting permissions and those things, but over the 2 years now, we've done really, really significant improvements in that program. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I think there's 1 or 2 that are on our list for full-time employment right now from that program, and at least 3 are on-call responders, or will be very soon. So the program works. You know, we bring in schools. As this program grows, we're going to open up to all schools. It was kind of in its infant stage at first. We're starting to grow out of that, and we're going to try to expand the youth program. And they come out of there nationally certified firefighters. So it's a really good program. I went through that rather quick. If there's any questions, please.
Assemblyperson Hours?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ken. And I know your department, like you say, is the one where nobody cares if you're there until they really care if you're there, and they want you there yesterday. So can you, on the page 18, I'm just looking at the maintenance budget has increased quite a bit over the last 5 years. And then the fire service area budget also seems to be real up and down. I just wondered if you could tell us a little bit more about what's going into those budgets and the fluctuations.
On the, through the mayor, assembly member hours, for the fire service areas, are you saying we're increasing the?
I was just looking at, first, I was looking at the fleet maintenance budget.
Okay.
Increase over the last 5 years, and then the fire service area is just kind of up and down and up. It's pretty big fluctuations from year to year.
For the, through the mayor, through some hours, so for the fire service areas, it's based off of needs. And there's 8 fire service areas, 7 that we manage, 8, 1 we contract out. But those needs fluctuate, and it's whether they're planning for buying equipment. And as you know, fire trucks is going to spike it. If we buy a fire truck or 2, and then the following year or 2, they're good on equipment, then it goes down. The other thing you'll see a spike on if they're planning on building a station. So we start over the last 5 years on putting more money in, and that's like a project for us to be able to build the fire station. And as Manager Brown mentioned earlier, we're not bonding or anything. We're saving our own money and paying out for those items. For the fleet maintenance, we have expanded our fleet maintenance tremendously. We have 5 mechanics now, and that's barely to keep up with the 400 some pieces of equipment. Not only the maintenance, but what's hurting us is the downtime on parts still. It's trying to get parts. So once the parts come in, it's like all hands on deck. We're trying to get that apparatus back in service. There are departments right now in the lower 48 that have over 20 pieces of apparatus out of service, and we are not in that position. And it's because we do the preventive maintenance. Also, every fire truck has to come through NFPA certification every year, has to go through a complete tear down inspection. And in order to keep that up, we have to have the mechanics to do that. By us doing all this maintenance internally is saving the borough millions of dollars. And I say that because, one, you got to outsource it. And if you do that, there's very few companies in Alaska that can even work on our trucks, very few. When we do that, the price is extraordinary. And the other part of that is the downtime. Some departments can afford a truck or 2 to be down, others cannot. So we have the luxury of prioritizing which vehicles we're going to work on. When they go into Anchorage, it's kind of up to them when they're going to work on it, when we're going to get it back. I hope I answered your question.
Deputy Mayor.
A couple questions there for you, Ken. The school that's doing the fire department or fire fighting classes, which
Wasilla High, right? That's what we're talking about. Yeah.
To the
Wasilla
mayor.
High.
I see.
Yes.
Okay. I think that'd be a great homeschool thing to do, get involved with the homeschoolers.
Through
And-
the mayor, Assemblymember Bernier, I'm going to mention Assemblymember, now Senator Yunt, because he was the driving force behind this. So the Assembly is aware of that. And it was very tough to get it started. And we were very fortunate that we had help from the school district to make this happen. To the point, one of the teachers went through the course, became a firefighter, became certified, and was able to teach some of the academics at the school versus them having to come to us all the time.
Nice.
So that was critical to this getting off the ground. We want to continue this. We have a few more hurdles to get over, and then we're going to open it up and expand it. But the homeschool program is definitely on our horizon.
Good deal. And then my second question, out of the fleet, how many vehicles were over 25 years old?
Through the mayor, Assemblymember Bernier, I wish I had that answer. I got it. I just don't have it in front of me. I don't even want to guess. We're in a lot better shape than we were 5 years ago. I will get you those numbers, though.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Okay.
Thank you, everybody.
And thank you.
Hi,
ahead.
Mayor, Assembly members, Leah Jones, IT Director. And I'm going to be talking to you about the Information Technology Department, which is comprised of 3 divisions: our GIS division, our Cybersecurity and Infrastructure division, and our Business Applications, which support applications, our service desk, and our web team. This is our financial slide that you can see, some increases over the years. A slight increase this year, again, just supporting the different departments and citizens with efficiencies within the borough. Some of our major accomplishments from this year, I'll highlight our mobile assessor rollout. You will hear more from Cheyenne about this later, but this is giving our assessors the ability to be more efficient in their jobs out in the field, which is where they are a large majority of the time. You might be aware of our winter weather operations dashboard that is providing timely communication to citizens in road maintenance during winter weather events. Our enterprise permitting and licensing implementation that is scheduled to go live this May. This is going to be a huge advancement to many different areas of the borough, including our online permits, fire plan reviews, bed tax and self-reported taxes, and tobacco licensing. This new software will make it easier for citizens to apply for these things and or report online and interact with the borough. And it's also going to come with a citizen portal where those citizens will go to apply for those items and can track the status of where things are at throughout the process. Jillian spoke a little bit about some of the new efficiencies that we did in recreation software for the parks and different facilities in that area. We also this year received a grant for $15,000 for cyber enhancements to go towards building up our telecommunications system. And also doing grant work for some DES physical security enhancements. Last item I was going to highlight was our tax and assessment system migration. This will affect the citizens less, but a lot of changes internally with moving away from a legacy system that is hard for internal staff to use and it's clunky to something more modern that's streamlined and helping out with efficiencies internally. It's also going to have some citizen portal where citizens can go and make or schedule their tax payments. They can also see their tax bill online. They could see historical information as well as current bills. And that is slated to go live this June. For next year, some of our major goals is a new borough website. You guys got some information about that a couple weeks ago. We are on track to push that out in July, and that our motto for that is citizens first. We're trying to build that website around what do the citizens need when they go there? Can they find what they're looking for? It doesn't matter what department does what of within. They just can go and find what service that they want, what thing that they want, and it's going to be easier. We're going to be implementing notifications into that system so we can better communicate to the citizens, and they can also sign up for things that they're interested in to get better information that way. And we're implementing better smart searching. We have a lot of different websites throughout the borough, and this is going to allow it to search for items no matter where the information is at. We're also going to be working with the solid waste division on a new software. They've got a lot of things going on this year, so that's very exciting for them. And we'll also be rolling out the summer edition of the road maintenance operation dashboard, which will include things like brush cutting and grading and sweeping. And then lastly, we have continued to work with our cities on transportation and asset management shared services. A lot of these right now are around the roads, and it's putting us into a better position that potentially we can roll the cities into these operation dashboards for the winter and summer to give that larger transparency for the borough as a whole and one place for citizens, whether they're in the borough or the cities, to get that information. And then this slide is just a nice, fun metrics showing some of the things that our citizen viewers and online are giving for the people out there. And our problem reporter app was launched a few years ago, and this is just showing metrics that we are continuing to swing the pendulum to more people using the app rather than calling into the road hotline. Another item I'll point out on this slide is our parcel viewer. Many people use this every day. The graph below just shows the ebb and flow from the beginning to the end of the day. It's a week-long graph there that'll show you that you get the spike of usage of that application throughout the day. Still our heaviest used site and application. And with that, the end of my presentation, and I will open the floor to questions.
Assemblyperson Fanoff, go ahead, sir.
On that page 27, the first slide you showed, even though the increase seems not significant from 25 to 26, but how do we get grew 66% in the past 5 years? Is there some major happen in technology, or why is things became so, I guess it may be a broad picture, but what are the main factors why they increased so high?
Yes, through the mayor to Assemblymember Fanoff, great question. With the advancements in moving to more efficient technology, we have brought on multiple new systems within different departments. Some that I spoke about just today have been in the works for over 18 months in implementation. The permitting and licensing and assessment and taxation. And just the increase of different softwares has been a large part of that, which also include some, sorry. The other thing is telecommunications. So the cost of Metronet and intranet and things just to keep all of the different buildings and business running.
But with increase, with everything cost and inventing things that's supposed to make things more automated, but the employees also is growing amount. So I guess I'm not fully connecting that. So I almost would want to know maybe in the separate meeting, I want to understand more why the growth and is the trajectory of IT continue to, do you see the trend going up and up every year? Because if, 5 years from now, it'd be even more. So I guess, or is there something that technology actually will help to start rely less on the, full-time employees and make things more, so we're spending more towards the technology, but less maybe on the human and maybe programming and all that.
Yes, and great question. And I will state again that we are a support department. And so many of the efficiencies that we create are in different departments or efficiencies for our citizens. So the amount of people that we have, I know that there was an increase a couple of years ago to right size some of the things that we were doing to help support this. But again, a lot of the efficiencies that are created are not necessarily internal to IT.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah,
Mike.
through the mayor to the assembly and Mr. Bonoff. I think too, the other thing we've been doing over the past few years is consolidating the cost of software across the borough. And we've been dumping it into Leah's budget because we want to have one centralized tracking, because it is something that we need to manage cost on, because I mean, there's apps for everything and they all cost money. The other thing I would say is the borough was, I'm going to say I'll use past tense, was a bit behind in terms of having adequate infrastructure to support online services. And so a lot of the things that she's been talking about, taxation and assessments, enterprise permitting and licensing, a new website, like these are things that should have been done some time ago. And so there is a modernization that is coming with some increased cost. But the other piece too, I think, is like, I'll just use this winter maintenance dashboard. Nothing says we have to provide a winter weather operations dashboard for road maintenance. But I think what we're seeing is the community is having a demand for more of these services and they expect it. And so what you see is, unfortunately, she has to bear the cost of that in her budget line items. And then the other departments don't have to recognize, like, we don't represent that cost in O&M necessarily. So you do see service improvements, you do see modernizing software, right? And so the concept that we're taking some of that software that might have lived in other departments and consolidating it, like, I think when you look back 5 years, that's what you're seeing happen in the IT budget. And we have added, I think, in that last 5 years, 2 new full-time equivalents to support efforts where we're doing things like right now, staff are working on how do you do a summer road maintenance operations dashboard. There's no template where we can just go grab that and implement it. We have to develop that. And so they're going through that process now, so that what I'm excited about with that prospect is we hear people complain about how, especially for gravel roads, how often you grade a gravel road. Let's throw that out there. Let's have that time stamped and put on a public dashboard so that people know when's the last time the contractor went and put a blade on this road. And so to me, those are all great service improvements, but there is a cost associated with it. The other piece I would say is we are trying to, and Leah mentioned this, the shared services. We're trying to leverage that and make it available to the cities so that they're not then having to make the same investments we're making, and we can share on those services. They have to pay their fair share of it, but it's way more efficient than then everybody running their own individual, shop to support these services when we can just choose to share. So I know that was probably a longer answer than you were looking for, but I think when you're analyzing it over the last 5 years, it's more complicated than any one thing. It's not just personnel or software. And frankly, it has been a priority for me to modernize infrastructure and get us to a point where we can do better service delivery than what we were capable of doing when I got here in 2020.
Okay, Assemblyperson Hours.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the presentation. Your department is one that no one's ever happy with you. Like, we love our computers, but they drive us crazy. So we're happy with what you're doing, even if we're still complaining. When I look at this department in particular, and I look at costs and salaries, I think about how competitive the market is for IT professionals. I have a nephew who's in his 20s making more than I've ever made in my life doing internet stuff, right? So I know it's a really competitive field. I have one idea. I'm just mention it. It's a little, it's down the rabbit trail, but it came up and I'm going to mention it now because otherwise I forget. This time of year, they're pulling ditches. And the road service crews were saying that they sometimes run into people who are like, oh, I could use some clean fill. But it's kind of like you just figure it out on the fly. And they're like, how nice would it be like with like the problem reporter if you could put in your neighborhood, like, oh, I would love to take some clean fill. So when they're pulling ditches. So just not to add to your workload, but I've been meaning to mention that. My question is on the borough website redo, which I have noticed the search engine is terrible on our borough website. And my understanding was that we were on our hosting platform was a free platform. Is that kind of accurate? And are we moving to like a paid platform so we'll have more ability to manage how that website functions?
Yeah, through the mayor to Assembly Member Nowers. Our current platform is not free. It's very minimal, but it is open source, meaning that it doesn't cost as much because the code behind it is more open and known. We are not moving to I will say, package program. We have very talented in-house staff that are building off of open source free platforms. So right now, what we are moving to will be still a minimal cost, but we are building off of government templates that have been built on the federal level. So basically taking advantage of other work that's been done government-wide.
Thank you. I just, whatever you're doing on the back end to make that perform better on the front end is great. Thank you.
Assemblyperson McKee.
Yeah, this has to do with the Citizens Library Advisory Committee thing. When we first put that thing together, Mr. Bernier and Fonov and myself, one of my requests was that instead of waiting till a kid has checked out a book that may ruin his life, and then waiting until it's too late, till it's overdue, that's maybe the first time that the parent knows that book's been checked out, and by that time him and 30 of his friends have seen that thing. To me, that's kind of like a little too little too late. So my question at the time was, why can't we put in something that notifies, just automatically notifies every person who has a library account, this book has been checked out, whether it's a cookbook, a comic book, a nasty book, whatever it is. Why is that? Why would that be so hard to change it from doing it after the fact to the idea that, hey kid, hey mom, your kid's got this book and maybe you ought to know this? How come that's a hard thing to do?
Mike's going to handle this because we just got something started.
Through
Go ahead.
the mayor to Ms. McKee. So that's not under Leah's purview. We don't run that system. We participate in a statewide library consortium where they run that software, right? So we don't have rights to go in there and like develop new capabilities. It's all done through a larger statewide platform.
Yeah.
And so it's not something she can put a programmer on and say, hey, go make this change.
Oh, I'm sorry, because when I hear IT, I think they know everything, they do
Agreed.
everything.
That this one is an existing statewide platform that we participate in.
Yeah.
That is external to the borough.
So what do we do about it?
We make a user request for the capability, which we did months ago. But because it's a statewide system, it's going to be responsive to what the users of the statewide system want. And there aren't other communities clamoring for those capabilities like we have asked for.
I need a name to contact to make them clamor.
I would say contact Jillian sometime after the meeting, Ms.
Okay.
Morrissey, and we can talk some more about that.
Great.
But we have made the request based on comments you had made in the past, but it's not under Leah's purview because it's a system external to the borough.
I do see, and I didn't know that, but I just thought IT, I'll jump on it today. Thank you very much.
Jillian can connect with you and we can chase that out.
Got it, thanks.
Assemblyperson Sumner, did you have comment or question?
Yeah, I actually kind of going with what Mike was saying. I mean, when you guys update the parcel viewer imagery, is that a cost that's on the IT budget? And do you know how much that is?
Through the mayor to Assemblymember Sumner. Yes, actually, so to answer your question, in the past, that cost for the new imagery had been paid through, fully funded through the 911 Advisory Board. We do a 3-year program of shifting through different areas. So last year we did what we call the Little Core area. And so that new imagery is on the parcel viewer now. Next year we plan to, we did large core last year. This year we plan to do Hatcher Pass and small core, which is the 3rd year of that agreement. We plan to go out to RFP this year for a new 3-year agreement, which is about $500,000 for those 3 years, which is 50% funded from the 911 board and 50% funded out of CIP.
Okay, yes, go ahead.
And
Mike.
through the mayor, just for the assembly as a whole, if you're looking for where that gets funded, you'll see that as a line item in the capital budget every year. And same when we choose to do LiDAR updates, we list those as capital items in the annual budget so that you can see that and it's called out.
And to that, I will say that capital project does have quite a bit of money in it right now because we're building it to get new LiDAR in the next couple of years, trying to position ourselves to have good information when we start needing to make more informed decisions about metropolitan area and MSO and things like that.
Okay. Anyone else with any questions? Okay, all right.
Thank you.
And just while she's walking back there, I like some of the ideas regarding the new borough website because say like for the borough assembly agenda, you have to press like 3 different buttons, I think, before you get to the assembly agenda. And so, yeah, the planning department, yeah. Sorry.
You were all ready to go.
So anyway, I think, there's some great things coming with the new website. Go ahead, sir.
All right. Good afternoon, Assembly members and Madam Mayor. Jason Ortiz, Deputy Director, Planning and Land Use Department. So I think I will concede to Jillian saying that they're the heart, but I think we're the arteries of our department because we really touch everywhere. So we'll go ahead and jump right in. So the fiscal information on here kind of reflects we've been pretty steady as far as our employees. We had a little increases in the last couple of years, but I think it's it speaks to a pretty average increase that keeps up with inflation. If there's no questions, I'm going to kind of jump right into the presentation. So FY25 accomplishments. We had quite a bit of accomplishments to talk about, but I wanted to just highlight some of the bolded ones. So as you guys know, transit, although we're not even doing it and it hasn't been accepted and adopted by the assembly, the work to do transit and to get up to speed and learn it all and work with the federal agencies and locals and doing the RFP process and getting all that done, it takes a lot of work. And so, as you know, right now we're in the middle of an RFP. We just extended it. We're working with different providers to see what kind of information that we have out there. But I think the important thing is the decision is totally up to the assembly. All we're doing is providing you guys the information and pushing on the system a bit to see what we can do and how we can get some more efficiencies with the transit that's out there right now. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out, but we're here to answer questions. And like I said, we're rolling through that process as we speak. The plating, permitting, and co-compliance transition to Tyler. So I think Leah talked a little bit about this in here, but Tyler Technologies, they offer that suite of software components that is essentially trying to, or that's going to give us some efficiencies in what we do. Some of the key features is that 24 online access where the applicants now can be able to go in and submit their applications for driveway permits or conditional use permits. They're going to be able to do all that online. They're going to be able to track their progress, make payments. And when I say track progress, they'll be able to submit something and know where it's at, if they're waiting on it from us or if vice versa. So that'll be really key. Ultimately, we think it's going to be a great tool to help improve transparency. So when the public wants to question what's going on or anything, We believe that others will be able to see permits, not all details of all permits, but they'll be able to see permits in general that are going on in the borough. So for the public as well, increasing transparency. It does have some GIS integration. It has robust reporting, which we're really excited about because it's going to give us the ability to analyze data more and find even more efficiencies. So for instance, like the code compliance has ways to analyze enforcement trends in some of that software, and that's going to be really key. So when we try to, as you know, we recently hired a new development services manager. So Wade Long was brought on. He has a really impressive background, but one of the things he did was really transform the DMV working for the state. He transformed their digital system, online system, and managed all of that. And so some of his ideas that he has, they're really exciting. So coupled with his ideas and this program and the software, we're hoping to really take this to a new area and levels that we haven't seen before. And like Mike has kind of talked about, Manager Brown has talked about here, is retooling. We think that this all allows for just greater operational efficiencies, and improved interdepartmental communications, the way it works, and the collaborations, faster response time for the public. MSB code updates. So some of these FY25 accomplishments, and just to even backtrack that, Tyler, even though that's upcoming, those are still some of our accomplishments because we're right in the midst of all this and getting it updated. So the MSB code updates, as you guys can see, whether or not their code changes are adopted, it takes a lot of work. The Water Body Setback Advisory Committee and all the work that was put into that legislation, multifamily, mobile home park, essential service utility legislation, the port development permit repeal, homeless shelter, conditional use permits. Those are just a few of the FY25 accomplishments. Any questions on FY25?
Maybe I didn't hear it all, but did you actually see on things like driveway permits and that sort of thing? It can all be done online. You apply, you get it, you pay for it, done deal. Is that wishful thinking, or is that what I heard?
Through the mayor to assembly member McKee. So you can currently do some permit stuff online for driveway permits, but it's not as efficient. This new software that we're going to be going to, it's just extremely efficient and makes the process way easier for the public. So
That's great.
right now we do a couple things online, right? We have that process in there, but it's just not as efficient process. So
Okay.
yeah, did that answer your question?
Yeah, it sure does.
All right, thank you.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
All right, FY26 major goals. So we have again a list of things on here, but some of the highlighted things we're going to talk about. The streamlining process for online permits. Again, ties back into what we're doing with the Tyler, how we're going to be taking those permit processes. The modernization of that we're hoping to see with Tyler is going to it goes beyond just upgrading the technology. Right now, we're actively analyzing where do we reduce the red tape and the unnecessary bureaucratic processes that we have. So give an example, we have some conditional use processes right now where they affect, mom and pop places have to do a full conditional use process just to do a small change. So right now we're kind of looking through all our different codes and seeing what can we do to make processes administrative. We still want to have some oversight and not just remove things, but make it easier for people. And how can we make those efficiencies? So simultaneously, as we're transitioning to this Tyler, we're analyzing all these other areas that we can reduce that red tape, so to speak, and then try to combine it together. So we don't know exactly how the transition process with Tyler is going to roll out, but in May, as we see it through, and then we start into our busy season of the summer, we're going to kind of keep that all in the back of our minds. And then as you see going into fall and into the winter months, we're going to start really packing down and making some changes on here. Utility mapping. This one's actually really exciting. We are trying to work together actively with the current utilities to provide a centralized utility mapping. This is really big for lots of different departments. For example, Public Works, when they're expanding roads and doing all that, some of the biggest costs that are associated are utility relocations. So if we can minimize the utility relocations, improve the coordination, enhance public safety, reduce risk, and bring together the utilities where we have one centralized area that we can have all mapped utilities, it's going to save a lot of money. So it's something that we're working on. Development Services Manager Wade Long is actually in Anchorage right now in a meeting with the utilities, actually talking about this. So we're hoping that this is a reality for FY26. Consolidating the current cleanup processes. So again, highlighting those efficiencies of how we're going to make things work better. I think every assembly member up here at some point emails in about a junk car on the road, someone that has called you, a constituent's called, complaining about whether a car is in the public area right away or this. And right now we're going and we're utilizing some services go through our solid waste division. Some of them go through a community management and land management area for if it's a borough owned land or a clerk's deed. And then other things, as you go through code compliance. So Manager Brown really looked at that from a higher level, and we've looked to say, how can we make this efficient where we bring it all into one? And so FY26, we're hoping, as long as our staff and everything goes appropriate here, we're hoping that we can bring all that in, gain efficiencies. And I think overall, we're going to see a cleaner valley. We're going to see more responsive things and getting things done, just common sense solutions and how we approach these things. And with that, we'll go into our last. Any questions on that? Sorry, FY26 major goals. Any questions?
Assemblyperson McKee?
Yeah, maybe I will ask a question. I was over in Willowa subdivision. I'm not sure that that's the name of it. You turn off on Willowa and you just run into basically an extra landfill. There are entire yards paved with garbage bags. How come that's been out there for like years? How come we're not there yet?
Through the mayor to Assembly Member McKee, and we've actually done it quite a bit in Willowa. Are you referring to the house right on the corner of Beauregard, the one that's just trashed right directly on the corner?
It actually has a kind of like a nice chain link fence and then wall to wall garbage bags. And I was stunned because I hadn't been over there in a while, and I kind of thought that was a really big deal a few years ago. And some of it is better. I mean, you can drive through and say, yeah, they've been here.
Yeah, I can't speak. I'm not sure exactly the house you're speaking with. I'd be more happy to follow up with you. But overall, in general, in Willowa, we've made leaps and bounds and strides in that whole community. I personally walked with the mayor in an area where we had a really bad house. It was totally infested. Neighbors complaining, drug needles all over the ground. And we worked through a process, expedited a process, and got it cleaned up. Today you go there, it's flat piece of earth with nothing on it, and it's nice and clean, and we don't get those same calls. So we have a lot of successes in there. We still have a lot of challenges. We have several active injunctions in that area that law's super familiar with that predates me. But I'd love to sit with you and go over some areas and then maybe tackle your own area as well. We can look at stuff as well and kind of give you some further explanation if that's okay.
Yeah, let's do that. And it was not lost on me that a great deal of that area is a lot better looking than it used to be. So good on you.
Thank you.
Assemblyperson Sumner?
Most of my question, but we had to jump in and comment that I was actually at the North Lakes Community Council a few weeks ago, and they were lauding the efforts by the assembly on the cleanup in Willowa, and they have yearly, the Willowa neighborhood has yearly spring cleanups in the neighborhood. I mean, if you go through that neighborhood, if you went through that neighborhood 15 or 20 years ago and then walked through it today, you'd be astounded by the difference. It's on the correct trajectory, if you ask me. But on the utility mapping, my question is, you guys aren't planning on making that public because there are security concerns with making
that's the
utility
big challenge.
Infrastructure public.
Yes, through the mayor to Assembly Member Summer. That is a very, very big challenge because it seems easy, right? Just get everyone, give us your data. We got it. We'll publish it. We have it for emergency purposes, for planning purposes, further infrastructure build. But that is the absolute biggest challenge, is getting all of them to gain our trust, right? To give us this data, working with law to figure out how we make this so it's not available to the public. It cannot be requested through a public records request because it's vital, critical infrastructure that you don't want publicized. And also there's the other important piece that's like we balance is some of these utility companies, right? They don't want their competitor to know where they have build out because we're like, we don't want you to know everywhere we have services. And so really creating a one access central location. What we had envisioned is maybe in a cloud-based service where we have limited access, only who can go to it for our purposes of planning or emergency purposes, but limiting that access. So that is all part of the works of this conversation and getting this started. Right now we're kind of in the relationship building of working with all the utility companies. Then we're going to bring in law and bring in the manager and bring in others. Did that answer your question, sir?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
All right.
Further questions or comments? Okay.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Last slide. A lot of information is filled, but I just wanted to highlight just a few things on here. For example, on code compliance, junk and trash, when you look and see that there was 89 junk and trash cases open and 124 closed, that really says something. Like we're closing out more cases than we're opening, which is really a cool thing to see. The other thing on the bottom of total complaint inspections completed, 2,331 complaint inspections. So that tells you 4 code compliance officers throughout this entire borough conducted 2,331 inspections. That's a lot of inspections. On the top right in permitting, you'll see the amount of new applications, the free ones, those were when the assembly implemented the free waiver. 2017 and after or before was free. 2017 and later was had to pay. That kind of shows that. But a highlight number on that section is the right-of-way complaints, 459, and the inspections, 3,806. That's a lot. Two right-of-way inspectors. This also goes to show there was people question like, what did the right-of-way inspectors do in the wintertime when there's snow? They have a lot of work to do. And a lot of times they're dealing with snow complaints. This year we weren't. A lot of times things were more visible, right? So this year we're dealing with rocks in the right-of-way and encroachments in the right-of-way. That shows 3,806 inspections were conducted by 2 right-of-way inspectors. So very busy throughout the year, just keeping up with inspections and complaints. And then in plating, again, the pre-apps and the top 2 numbers, the pre-apps and the cases created. So 146 applications received, 93 of those went through. That just goes to show the volume of growth the valley is seeing. We're seeing a lot of subdivisions going in and a lot of people going through those processes. Last thing I'll say, which IT didn't highlight, which is a pretty cool thing, is the parcel viewer just got updated. So you can now see the 2004 parcel viewer data. So take a look on there, look at the 2004 and then look at 2024 and just zoom around the valley and look at the amount of growth. And when we talk about our levels of where we're growing and departments wise, trying to keep up with the volume of the growth in the valley, I think we're doing really good on a per capita basis. So with that concludes my presentation. Was there any other questions or anything?
Assemblyperson Bonoff, go ahead.
On this sheet, is there a request here for that cleanup coordinator, or is it included, or there isn't one? And if there isn't, well, I guess why didn't we ask or try to get that on there?
Sure, through the mayor to Assemblymember Fonoff. So the manager's request was a pretty flat budget. We were not doing many additions for personnel. So it's really going to be up to the assembly. If the assembly chooses to grow our community cleanup, it's going to need to be an amendment made by an assembly member to add that regular full-time cleanup program coordinator, excuse me. So that would be an assembly amendment need to be made. The anticipation of how that program grows, I think I didn't want to highlight community cleanup, right? Because we've all talked about community cleanup quite a bit. I'd be more than happy to answer any questions individually or discuss it now, but I think we all know where the program can go if we do have that regular full-time and the restrictions that we'll see if it stays as 1,000 hour and how we continue to see progress with that.
Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, so through the mayor to Mr. Fonoff and the assembly, just so you know what is resourced in the proposed budget, right? This current fiscal year, we resourced one on-call, which was done seasonally, so that person was only available for 3 months during last summer. We had a discussion last fall about a permanent full-time employee, and the assembly was not terribly warm to the idea. So what we resourced in this budget is 2 on-calls. One seasonal, so that you can surge and do projects during the summer, and 1,000 hour that works year round to work, the diversion program and some of the other things over the winter months to prepare projects. So what is currently resourced is 2 on-call positions, which is 1 more on-call than is currently resourced, but I did not put in a full-time equivalent because that's a permanent full-time position. The assembly could certainly do that by amendment during deliberations, and at the end of all of this presentation, I'll kind of speak to how that might work a little bit in conjunction with the clerk.
Okay, and Mike, you brought up that transit non-federal match of $1 million. That doesn't fall into that planning? Which category which department does it fall under?
Through the mayor to Mr. Fonoff, that is in the capital budget. So that line item, like we do with other matching grant funds, will show up in the capital budget. So it doesn't fall under the operating budget of an individual department.
Okay, thank you.
Assembly person hours.
Thanks, Jason, for the presentation. It's just, are you guys the artery or the brains? Public Works, arteries. Anyways, the page with the that page right there, I just want to make sure I'm reading it correctly. So like the marijuana retail in FY25, you've got 6 applications awaiting action, 5 issued, and 3 new applications. So there's 14 total. Is that how I'm supposed to read it, or?
Through the mayor to assembly member Nowers. So it's kind of I debated how I was going to put this slide, right? Because we frequently have a lot of what's called RFAIs, requests for additional information. So we may have received this application the year before, but for whatever reason, they're still working on getting information, or maybe they're working through their AMCO process and it goes over. And so right now, the way you look at that 6 awaiting action means that we're waiting for the applicant to keep providing. The permits issued were the ones that were actually issued, went through the planning commission and were issued, and new applications received in that fiscal year was 3.
Okay, gotcha.
Did that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
perfect.
Yeah. And the other thing I wonder about is you've got 30 positions. Are any of them currently unfilled? Well, I guess you've got, sorry, I'm just going through too many pages here. 28 or 29 or 30. Anyways, do you have any unfilled positions right now? And how have you found it for finding people to fill positions? Has it been, you're getting a lot of good applications and lots of good people to choose from, or been kind of a struggle, or?
Yeah, through the mayor to assembly member Nowers, I believe we are fully staffed right now. We have everyone staffed. Like we're good, and we're going to see some even reduction by some of the scanning project, and some of those employees go down. So you're going to see this number actually go down a bit next year. But to answer the second question of applicants, I think after the president and we saw that go down on a federal level, we started seeing a lot of applications roll in. So I think it kind of ebbed and flowed, but I think it's hard sometimes to find a planner. Alaska, even if you look at our universities, we don't even have a planning program, right? And I don't necessarily think that you have to have planning experience to be a planner, right? It goes through all different professional levels, but overall, we're happy with the candidates we've received, and I think we have a really good department, and that kind of goes through the community. And so when we have positions open, we usually get our applicants filled pretty quick.
Okay, further questions, comments? Okay, guess that's it. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
Now, animal control.
Sorry. Go ahead.
The mic is off. Would you turn the mic on, please? There you go.
Good afternoon. My name is Vanessa Forbes. I'm the new animal care director. I think I'm 2 months old tomorrow. Just a little bit about myself since you guys haven't had a chance to meet me yet. I have been working with animals since the dawn of time. Since about 1995, I was a licensed veterinary technician, still licensed, moved into education and then management. This last summer brought me out to the valley. So I wanted to work out in my community instead of driving out to Anchorage every single day. So when this position came up, I was extremely excited. Now that I've been there 2 months, I'm even more excited. It's an amazing team. I think we have a great mission. And I'm not sure what body part we are for the borough, but I'm sure I will figure that out as time goes by. All right, so this is our budget for this next year. I participated probably in a day of this budget, so we are moving forward with the same budget that we had last year, with a small adjustment for cost increases to the ECI. So you'll notice that we had or have 18 employees now. We'll be moving forward with the same level of employees. So when talking to my team, since I wasn't here this last year, we wanted to highlight some of the great things that they've been working on. And one of the things that stood out the most was our partnerships with the community. We are service-based, and so in evaluating our service demand over this last year, we really do try to leverage partnerships in order to provide those services for the community. So we have started a new vet tech program relationship, or a relationship with the vet tech program for UAA, Matsu. So we are providing facilities for them to come work with our animals, get their hands-on experience, which is great for us because they bring along another veterinarian. So some of our animals get some extra care, they get some enrichment, and they get handled more, which helps with adoptability of those animals. We have partnerships with Wasilla, Palmer, and Houston as well to provide sheltering services for them. They do not have their own shelters, so they utilize our facilities, and having those partnerships with the cities helps us, to kind of work together with our neighbors. And then we also have partnerships with local rescues and our fosters. Our shelter, while we've added some space with the new addition out there for outdoor facilities for the animals, it is a limited space. So being able to put animals out in fosters or transferred over to rescues allows us to be able to take in more animals, and it allows them to have more engagement outside of the shelter. No one wants to live in a small cage for very long, if at all. The next accomplishment is our capacity for care. One of the things to highlight here is our returned adoption rate has decreased. So we adopt animals out, and sometimes they come back to us. So through our volunteers and some of our other programs like Miles and Mutts, which I'll be talking about in a second, we've been able to give those animals more experiences outside of the shelter, which helps them with socialization, less fear, anxiety, stress. So when they transition into a home, they do a lot better and can stay in that home instead of come back to the shelter. Miles and Mutts is a program that we started last May, but it has really taken off over this last year with 234 walks. In 2024, 4 by 25 volunteers. That upper left picture, that little black dog, that's Dozer, and he was our first adoption from Miles and Mutt. So it not only gets the animals out of the shelter, but it helps facilitate adoptions. They fall in love with the animal and then they don't come back. And then we had some completed deferred maintenance projects, that outdoor kennel project, which will give the dogs a place to go when we have inclement weather. It's kind of windy outside, so those times we don't want the dogs in outside runs, but they need some time outside of their indoor kennels, so it allows for that. Our front lobby is getting some safety upgrades with plexiglass to help keep our staff safe when they're interacting with clients or customers that aren't as happy with events that may have happened with their animals. And then we've had successful completion of at least the first sets of the rooms in Dog Hall for mold remediation. Any questions on that slide? Okay. So major goals for this next year. I'm still only 2 months old, so I still am pondering and learning my team and what these animals need. But top of the list is to finish the deferred maintenance, mold remediation, the deferred maintenance for the veterinary clinic, and our crematory, which is only functional sometimes. We'd like to increase our adoption events with community partners. Again, partnerships help us to be able to provide the services that we want to provide without having to hire more staff. So we want to make sure that we're getting out into the community and developing those relationships, getting dogs and cats out of the shelter, bunnies as well. We want to improve our community engagement and education. So we are service-based. So we'd like to be able to provide food and supplies assistance to those that can't afford it for their animals. And as well as some education events, people not understanding animal behavior or animal training have more propensity to get bit. So if we can get some training out to the community for things like animal care, animal behavior, as well as with all of the impending doom of the volcano and fires coming up, some disaster and emergency preparedness and what they need to do to keep their animals safe and hopefully with them. We'd like to do some continued improvement and in the safety of our staff. Nobody wants to get bit or scratched, so we'd like to do some additional training with our staff on animal behavior, animal handling, how to recognize when animals are stressed or might bite, so that we can lower those bite rates and scratch rates within the shelter. As well as some development of standard operating procedures that are just a little outdated. So we want to make sure that we're updating those so that we have a standard for not only our staff, but the volunteers that come in and handle animals as well. And then continued improvements for the capacity of care. So we'd love to leverage our volunteers for adoption counseling, some post-adoption support so that we can keep these animals in their homes, as well as continue growing our partnerships with fosters and rescues.
Okay, questions?
Questions?
Assemblyperson McKee, go ahead.
Yeah, just a couple. Do you, when Chris was there before, I had asked about because they used to have an annual spay and neuter clinic. Are you working towards that, or did I miss that when I was out?
So through the mayor to Assemblymember McKee. It is something that we are looking at still. We're working through with Dr. Stevens. We've got a plan in place to be able to hopefully offer several slots per month. We're just working through kind of the background stuff, how we would do medical records, how we would offer that to the public and market it.
Yeah, it seems to me that's the ounce of prevention and the cure kind of thing. The other thing is, I had met a couple of people and met a few dogs where they had, where I don't know where it originated, but they had like older dogs. People brought them, said, I don't need this old dog, and they just dump them with you guys. And then people can come, and I'm not sure I could even do it because my heart is very tender, but I would like to give it a shot. Do you do that? Do you have that sort of a program?
Go ahead.
Through the mayor to Assemblymember McKee. Can I clarify, like, if someone drops off their pet, can you come in and adopt, or?
Yeah, because they say, well, I don't want this dog anymore. He can't jump and play, so who needs him? You take him. And then, but the people that I talked to and their dogs that I met were like really old dogs who had maybe they only lived like 6 more months or 3 more months, but it was a good time. And I just wondered if you have a specific program targeted at that.
Go ahead.
Okay. Sorry, learning the process.
I know that's a lot of words to say.
So if they are adoptable, if there's not a reason why they can't be adopted, they're not aggressive. They don't have perhaps a terminal illness, and you have the ability to care for them. Of course, they can be adopted.
And if I were to do that, I would specifically ask for that kind of an animal.
Yes, you can ask.
So they're identified therefore. Great. Okay. Thanks.
Assemblyperson Hours.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. Thanks for jumping into the job. Yeah, I just piggyback on the spay and neuter as much as we can offer those clinics, because it's just heartbreaking to see the number of animals that come in, and it's a continual problem. I just want to do a shout out to the Miles for Mutts program. That's been amazing, and I see that on Facebook, and I see those dogs getting out, and even if they're not adopted right away, like at least they're more mentally sane in the shelter. So I didn't have any questions, but just keep up the work and see what we can do about solving this problem long term. Thank you.
Any other? Yes, Assemblyperson Pownall.
Hi, if you on the page 39, yeah, that's the one. It said on the third section, food supply census. Is that something we've done in the past, and that's something you would like to start? I guess, and how would that work?
Through the mayor to Assemblymember Fano. On a small scale, I know that we've had certain people that can come in on a limited basis and get food. It would be something that we would definitely want to partner with the community if we can, to get food and supplies into the shelter or through donation. It's nothing that we would want to purchase for that program, but it's something that we would hope to build out so that we can grow it.
So it would not be budget money that you purchase food and then give it away. Is that
Correct?
Can I understand that? Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the assembly? Nope, I think that's it, ma'am. You did excellent. Thank you. Public Works, and you're on your way, sir.
Madam Mayor, members of Assembly, my name is Cole Branham. I'm the Project Management Division Manager, and I'll be presenting Public Works proposed budget for you guys today. Before I get started, I just wanted to mention that National Public Works Week is May 18th to the 24th this year. So the theme is People, Purpose, Presence, and the message behind that is serving people gives us our purpose, and Public Works maintains a constant presence, often in the background, yet essential to the quality of life for our residents. So our first slide here, this is provided by Finance. So this offers a 5-year look back at the financials for Public Works. A couple of things to note here. So, FY25, that's projected at the end of the year. FY26, that's our proposed budget. Solid Waste Division operates an enterprise fund, so they are budgeted separately, and you can see that broken down on the chart here. And then Public Works is asking for 3 new FTEs in this budget. So that'll be 2 utility workers for solid waste, to operate the new tipping facility. I'll touch on that a little bit later in this presentation. And then 1 full-time mechanic for operations and maintenance. They currently only have 1 mechanic to operate the entire borough fleet, outside of DES. So those are our 2 requests that we have for FTEs. So moving into our pre-design and engineering division for accomplishments in FY25, I wanted to touch on the pavement management program that we have. So they have contract with Frugro to do a pavement assessment. And so last summer, they completed the first year of that. So they have a specialized vehicle that's equipped with sensors and cameras. They go out and drive road miles with that, and they capture the condition of the pavement. So they'll look at cracks, potholes, rutting, the surface condition of that. And on top of that, they have cameras that capture and inventory signs, light poles, guardrails, those sort of things. So it really gives us a full picture of the condition of our pavement. And so that's a really useful tool for us when we're talking about planning out projects or improvements to our roads. You know, we can take that information and make data-driven decisions on how we're going to spend the money for those. For example, if we have a road, we can look at it and determine if doing some sort of pavement preservation measure is in the best interest, and we can gain another, you know, for example, 10 years of life out of that asphalt, or if that has deteriorated to a point to where, you know, that road needs a full reconstruction. So that information is very valuable to us. And to tie into that, we have the traffic data program, which collects, you know, traffic counts, which lets us know where traffic is, you know, where the majority of our concentrated, you know, pressure on transportation is for planning out projects, as well as when we get traffic calming requests, we can use that data. And then on the project side, we can use that for our traffic and safety analysis, determining the design criteria for road, and, you know, if we're looking at intersections, that sort of information. And then the next thing I'd like to highlight for pre-design engineering is the TIP 24 development. So pre-design engineering put together that group of projects, you know, developing the maps for those, the description of those, and the budgets, and then walk that through the process with the Transportation Advisory Board, Planning Commission, Assembly, and then ultimately to the voters. This past November, that package was approved, and it's now over to project management for execution, and finance is working on the bond sales for those. Moving into goals for FY26, tying back into the pavement management, continue that process. So this year will be year 2 of 3 to collect all of the borough pavement in the borough, or across the borough for that. So once we get those 3 years complete, we'll have a complete picture of all of our paved road miles in the borough, and can really start developing a pavement management program on how we're going to execute those. Fish Passage program, just wanted to highlight that real quick. That's been a long-standing program at the borough. We've completed a lot of projects through that program and plan to continue that. We've got a really good working relationship with Department of Fish and Game and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service working through that. We've been very successful in getting grant funds for that program. On average, we're about 67% grant funded, and it varies from grant to grant. Some of those are 50-50, some of them are like 76-24, so it just depends. But on average, we're about 67% grant funded. And then, you know, we want to continue to develop TIP packages to maintain a consistent program on developing our roads. I mean, as we're all aware, the borough's growing, and it's probably the fastest growing area in Alaska, if not the only. So we've got a lot of work ahead of us just to keep up, you know, maintaining our roads, upgrading roads, and making necessary connections as development continues. So moving to project management software for the division, I want to thank you guys for supporting us in that. I think that will really help our lean team manage this level of project, spend a little less time on the administrative tasks, a little more time focusing on quality-driven outcomes. So for accomplishments in FY25, we completed 4 TIP 21 projects, and we have several other TIP projects in construction now, getting ready for this season. We completed the Port McKenzie pile sleeve project, which was EDA funded and will extend the life of the infrastructure at the port to help with development and business operations as they continue to grow that at the port. And then we opened the Matsu Central School. So last week we had the ribbon cutting ceremony there for that. It was a really, really great event. I saw a few of you guys there for that school. And one of the big achievements I wanted to point out on that is we had over $2.7 million in savings by combining that school project with the Catherine Drive and Pioneer Peak Elementary School access projects, which were part of the TIP 21 and TIP 23 projects. So we were able to capitalize on a contractor that was already mobilized, and then we actually made some changes to where the school was laid out so that we could utilize that gravel for these roads. So it, you know, not only the cost savings, but there's also the fact that we dealt with the traffic issue before the new school came online. Pioneer Peak already had traffic congestion issues on that site. Hence, it was why it was on the TIP 23 package. So we were able to address that before the new school came online with that project. So goals going forward into FY26, we're looking to break ground on Station 3-9 and the 3 charter schools that were approved this last November. The first of those charter schools to go will be American Charter Academy this summer. And then following, we'll have Birch Tree and Academy Charter School next summer, breaking ground on that. We are looking to complete Gateway Visitor Center this coming fiscal year. So we do have the groundbreaking event this Friday at 2 p.m. if you guys are interested in attending that. And then we'll complete 6 more TIP projects between the various packages that are out there and continue to support landfill improvements. And I'll touch on those a little bit more when I get to the solid waste slide. So for operations and maintenance division, one of the big accomplishments in FY25 was the reformatting of the road maintenance contract with that. So with the new contract, there's 3 components to it. Routine maintenance, which is like your plowing, grading, brush cutting, those sort of operations that have always been in the maintenance contract. And then there's periodic maintenance, which includes crack sealing and striping, those sort of activities, and then public construction for small repair projects that are issued through task orders based on the competitively bid prices within that contract. So we have successfully bid all 16 RSAs now on that. 9 of those were this year, and will go active on July 1 for that maintenance contract. So one thing we've seen now that we've been through nearly a year of that contract and have all the RSAs on there, we've started to see prices get a little more competitive and start to come down on that, and more competition bidding on those contracts, which we see as a positive. Also with the new contract, the 9 new ones that came out, we've included the salted sand into that contract. And I guess one last thing to note on there is we do have the automatic vehicle locators, which ties into the maintenance dashboard on that. So that ties into one of the goals for FY26 is to launch the all-season road maintenance dashboard. So we currently have the winter maintenance dashboard live, working with IT on that, and now we're working towards a summer dashboard to coincide with that to track like brushing and grading activities so that those can be seen online for that. Another big goal is the facility energy program. And we are looking to reduce utility consumption with that. So we're looking at real-time tracking of our usage on these, really looking at power and natural gas on that. And we're able to utilize Meridian, which is a contract that we already have to do that. We also have a grant with the Department of Energy. It's the EECBG grant, which will help us to create an energy management strategy for this. So we'll be targeting the 9 highest use facilities with that and looking at ways to reduce our energy consumption. Start with low-hanging fruit, easy tasks like LED lights and those sort of things, and then look at, through this strategy and development, look at longer term solutions to help reduce our energy consumption on that. And then as far as Talkeetna Sewer and Water, so one of the big accomplishments for them in FY25 was 0 compliance issues for a 4th year in a row. So that comes off of a compliance issue with DEC a number of years ago. They've turned things around and had 0 issues. Going into year 5, I believe we'll be coming off of some of the higher reporting requirements that came with that compliance issue years ago. So that's a really big achievement for them. And then they're looking to begin work on the new well and storage tank for Talkeetna. So this is really big goal for Talkeetna Sewer and Water. They found a new location that is arsenic free, so it will reduce the need to treat for arsenic and just a better quality water source for that, as well as add storage capacity, so they have reserve capacity for the system. Right now, when they come into high demand times, sometimes they have to issue boil notices because the pressure drops. So this reserve capacity will compensate for that and allow them to handle those times. And that well and storage tank is grant funded as part of that $9 million that's listed on that slide. So on to solid waste division. So for FY25, for no charge services, they collected 26 tons of waste and 37,000 gallons of hazardous materials under that. And that includes things like woody debris. Just want to bring that up because fire season's coming upon us. so people know that that's a service that solid waste offers, as well as the scrap metal services there. They shredded 11,000 pounds of tires with the grant-funded tire shredder, which saved a lot of landfill space by doing that. And then started construction on the central landfill campus. So this is a really big one. This is the phase one is the new entrance, which is at the end of Shanloot Circle, which, if you guys remember, we extended that road a few years back for the purposes of this project. So this new entrance will provide a lot of benefits for the landfill. One of them being the queuing issue on 49th State Street. This will move the queuing onto landfill property. There'll be multiple lanes there, so people will be able to enter the landfill a little more efficiently. It'll bring people past Valley Recycling Solutions before going to the landfill, giving them an opportunity to recycle. For that, it also centrally locates the new entrance, so it's closer to the cells. So as the landfill continues to develop, the entrance won't be so far away, and there's more space up there for activities or for different operations like composting and recycling and hazardous waste. And then we've got the tipping floor as part of that, which will allow them to sort and more efficiently deal with the waste that comes into the landfill. Moving towards goals for FY26, so completion of the leachate evaporation project, which will save around $200,000 a year in annual hauling cost for leachate, not to mention the potential benefits of burning methane versus natural gas. For that, open the new tipping floor, which I talked about a little bit earlier. Implement glass collection at Valley Community Recycling Solutions, and then the new household hazardous waste facility, which is one of the capital requests for FY26. So that is another one of the no-charge services. There's a certain amount of household hazardous waste that people can bring there each day, and the current facility is undersized for the amount of hazardous waste that they're capturing. There's a lot of regulations on that hazardous waste, so it's important that we have the right size facility so we can handle and properly dispose of that waste. So I guess just in closing, to kind of wrap this up, Public Works is focused on developing programs and systems to create cost efficiencies and operational sustainability, and meeting the future needs of this growing borough. So with that, I'll open it up for any questions.
Assemblyperson Gamble?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Cole, for the presentation. Back to the first slide, and this might be a question actually for Cheyenne or the manager.
This one?
Down at the bottom in small print, it says the large increase in area-wide budget can be partially attributed to changes in how employee GL distributions are being reconciled through admin and audit. Can you explain that to me?
I can take a first stab at it.
All right.
So through the mayor. So I believe in the past, a lot of positions were dispersed between like the service areas and area-wide. And moving forward, we've consolidated that all into area-wide. So that's where you see the increase in the area-wide budget, because people aren't, 50% RSA and 50% area-wide. Now they're budgeted 100% area-wide under this.
Okay. Go ahead.
I was going to say, through the mayor to Assemblymember Gamble, but the other side, there's an offset. So yes, they are all maybe budgeted and area-wide, but we are also recovering those costs from the service areas if they belong to a service area.
Okay.
So it's just an efficiency that we decided because some people were split 1.5%. It was kind of an accounting nightmare.
Okay. My second question, if I may.
Go ahead.
On the same page, the second line, it says fiscal year NAW Public Works budget. Is that non-area wide? Okay, and so why is there nothing for the first 3 years and then all of a sudden there's money in there?
Okay, through the mayor to Assemblymember Gamble, there's 135,000 there. What it was we were not budgeting for the facilities in the libraries, the animal shelter for maintenance. We were back charging them kind of like we did with fire service areas, but we budgeted for maintenance under the fire service areas. So what we did was 3 years ago, or 2024, we established a maintenance budget. So maintenance can go in and do the work, and then we're not having to track work orders, invoices, whatnot to back bill the facilities.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Can I add to that through the mayor to Mr. Gamble? And it really is a comment more for the assembly. So you're going to see
we talked about these GL allocations and different things. That non-area wide for libraries and animal shelters, an example of where Public Works would do the work, and then we would have administrative staff internally billing one department to another. It was creating work for ourselves. And so we're trying to come up with mechanisms to reduce that workload that's self-inflicted. Like literally, you're like, hey, see how many times I can shoot myself in the foot. We're creating work for ourselves. This is an example where we do this every year, where we're looking for opportunities to reduce that work, where it's not work that we have to be doing. It's just work we're choosing to do because that's the way our systems are set up. So some of this you see where we move things around is trying to not create work that's really not required. I mean, we have to account for it because we can't use area-wide funds to go in there and do repairs in the libraries. But at the same time, do we want staff literally creating invoices and billing one department to the next when you can just give Public Works the resources and let them go execute?
All right, so if I understand it right, are you looking back historically on the maintenance that you've provided those facilities, and then you're charging them upfront for it, and then just
We're
establishing a budget?
projecting what we expect those costs to be. That's what you see in the budget.
Okay,
So
all right.
yeah, it was kind of challenging because we had to go back and try to nail down a number that first year, and it was not great, but you got to start somewhere, or you just keep doing what you've been doing for years.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Assemblyperson McKee?
Yeah, there was a page on there, I don't know which page it was talking about chipping up the tires. It was either a goal or something you'd accomplished. What do you do with all of those chipped up tires after they're chipped up?
So,
Do you sell them or do you?
yeah, through the
Go
mayor
ahead,
to Assemblymember McKee, I believe those end up in the landfill.
How come, I mean, there used to be a guy here where you take your tires there, he'd chip them up. He had contracts with the Air Force and various places where they were using them for landscaping and soil retention and even putting it into pavement to make it as an ingredient in pavement to make it with, yeah, playground equipment. I mean, the possibilities were several. Looks to me, if you're not selling it, maybe, or giving it away or something, we're losing a resource there.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, hi, Jeff Smith from the Solid Waste Division. Sorry, a little bit of a cold today, but through the mayor to Assemblymember McD, we use those tires actually for underlayment under the pipe. So we put a gas line in our cell for trash, and we collect gas. We're trying to collect it early, so the tires actually hold the piping in place, so that as the cell condenses and shrinks,
Yeah.
it has a little bit more expandability and lasts longer. So we end up using the majority of those tires that are shredded.
You do. You know, just something you might think about. They did used to sell them and they do still sell them. I mean, people buy that stuff. So just a thought.
Yeah, there are places in the lower 48 where they actually take the tires and they'll take the metal out of them and then
Yeah.
shred them down into smaller pieces and use. I've looked into that. The closest place I could find was Minnesota, and the transportation costs were
Oh, geez.
overwhelming to make it worthwhile.
Yeah. All right. Thanks very much.
Yeah, bad.
Any other questions? Assemblyperson Pownall?
To maybe before Jeff goes, or maybe Mike answer that. Are the currently the service? You know how we have a scrap metal with the. Do we have option to offer this service to the public, or is just comes in as a regular weighted trash, the tire specifically? Because if it has some kind of benefit, and if it's not that large, I know that's kind of a trash item that we see over and over, and if it could be put to somewhat of a use, how you explain, Jeff, maybe would consider offering that to non-business public.
So I'm sorry, you'll have to repeat the first part of the question.
The tires, is it currently being offered for public to drop off for free, or have to pay regular weight for it? And if we are charging them, is that something that we could consider, since we can use it for a decent purpose, to possibly for non-businesses to drop off, which technically will help maybe with some of the trash, because that's one of those things that I think it would be easy to separate from everything, all the other trash.
Right. So right now we do charge for tires. It's the same as a C&D rate, but I think that's something we can explore in the future. There are costs to shred those tires. Keep in mind that shredder that we use, we got it with the grant money, which is terrific, but we use about 8 gallons of diesel an hour plus a person to run the machines, and also the other machine, which is the excavator to move those tires back and forth. So there's a cost, but perhaps that's something we can explore to look at if we can save the residents some more money by doing something like that.
Yeah, I'd like to possibly work with you on that if we could do some, because that seems like it has a very narrow purpose the tires it's easy to separate if it's a tire or it's not a tire, whether it's user. So if we have equipment and the grant, so maybe we'll offer that. That'd be a good thing.
Now, one complication with that is people bring all their material in together, so it's hard to separate tires from everything else when it's done by a weighted measure. So when people do that, we ask them to split loads because it's easier to measure to make sure we only charge for the trash and not for the things for free. It's completely doable. It's just a little bit of work, and some people don't appreciate the fact that we're trying to help them out to get some free things.
How we do it with the scrap metal is that people have to bring only scrap metal to qualify, and if it could be similarly ran, I guess.
It has to be separate. So if they bring in scrap metal with the regular load, we either run them through the line twice, or that we ask them if they have large loads to bring it separately.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? Yes, Assemblyperson McKee, go ahead.
Yeah, I do have one more. Maybe we've already answered this, maybe we even voted on it, but there used to be, if you wanted to go and pick up discarded construction materials, and like a friend of mine built an incredible greenhouse. Do we now, do we do that now again? Where you have access to it to?
Yeah, we don't pick it up, through the mayor, apologize.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we don't pick it up, actually. We only landfill it, so people bring it to us, and if they bring it separate, like a construction company,
Yeah.
we will deal with that separately.
And people can go in and get that stuff.
Who, I'm sorry?
And a person could go in and say, gee, I need a greenhouse, there's
Oh,
54
that's
windows.
something we're looking at for the future. With this new development, we're trying to create a C&D reuse area. So we have to work through the details of that. I don't have a way to tell you how that's going to happen, but we're exploring working with some volunteers in the community and ways that we can give it back to the community and get it reused somehow or another, possibly through VCRS, our partner for recycling, or some other way. So we are trying to do some C&D
Great.
reuse, yeah.
That's
Yes.
encouraging, thank you.
Okay, further questions of presenter? Oh, guess we're done. Thanks, guys.
Madam Mayor, I need to be excused for the rest of the
You're gonna
meeting.
go,
Okay,
are
thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll let the record show that Assemblyperson Gamble has departed. One, whatever, 44. Okay, go ahead, ma'am.
Through the mayor to the assembly. Cheyenne Heindel, Finance Director. We're almost done, I promise. So, as you can see, we have a status quo budget. Manager mentioned that we are asking for a new appraiser in the budget, but as you see, we have no increase in staff. And that is because we eliminated one of our ambulance billing staff when we as part of making the change to go to a contracted service. The accomplishments I would like to highlight, first is I have a great staff. If it wasn't for them, we would get none of this done. So I just want to say that they are a major accomplishment, having staff that you can rely on. We refunded bonds this year. We worked with the state to refund Goose Creek. The state achieved about a 4.5% savings on their refunded bonds. Because of that, it threw our bond schedule and sales off a little bit. So we're condensing budget and bond sales down to these last 3 weeks. I was selling bonds last week. Next week, we will be closing on the bonds. As part of the bond sale, and you guys will get legislation here in the first part of May, as the manager said, we saved $4.9 million on our refunded school and transportation bonds. Those are the bonds that we're basically refinancing. That was approximately an 8% savings overall on the life of those bonds, and those bonds were set, so the new bonds will pay off in roughly 10 years. So it's not like we're refunding them and carrying them another 20 years. They're purposely at the beginning of the schedule. We also, at the same time, sold the new money. So the money for the 2 schools and some design work was sold for the schools, and we sold the transportation bonds. The transportation bonds were sold as taxable. The great thing about it is that $20 million in taxable bonds sold in about 5 minutes once the sale was open at the on the floor of the trading floor. The school bonds, it was an interesting market and they sold. We actually managed to sell them for a premium, which means The $34 million that we had to sell for the projects, we only had to sell $32 million to fund the project entirely because of the premium that people were willing to pay to get those bonds. So in essence, we have roughly a $2.7 million in savings on debt we did not have to incur. Our other major accomplishment for the year was mobile assessor is finally live and working. We have been working on this project since before the cyber incidents. It was supposed to go live in 2018 when cyber happened. And then COVID happened. And then because we were delayed, we got pushed back in their schedule because they had other customers coming online. But we are live, and we're projecting that that's going to increase our efficiency by about 30%. We'll see a 30% increase in productivity. For our goals next year, well, we again will be selling some more bonds. We will sell the rest of the school bonds next year in the spring. We we will be selling some of the transit bonds also, and we are looking forward to doing the things that we're doing. The Tyler conversion is going to be a big thing for us, so you're going to see efficiencies. We're already seeing efficiencies because we went to Tyler payments. It's a better experience for the taxpayer or anybody paying at the borough. We're going to see improvements in our assessments and in our tax billing. As was stated before, as Leah stated, people will be able to go in and make online payments and schedule their payments. So you can schedule your August payment and your February payment at the same time and know that that's going to happen. We plan on maintaining our bond rating. As you know, we are AA+ with both Standard & Poor's and Fitch. And we anticipate closing on our first CPACER project here in the near future. And with that, I will open up for questions.
Assemblyperson Hours?
Thanks, Cheyenne. And the question I had is about the bond refinance. It looked like bond yields are dropping still. And I just wondered if you thought there were going to be any opportunities for more refinancing in the next year, if you feel like we've kind of maximized for the time. Not that you want to go do the whole process again, but.
Through the mayor to Assembly Member Nowers. The bond market is really interesting right now. We, like I said, we delayed because we had planned on selling the week that Goose Creek went to market. As I said, they received about 4.5% savings on their refunding. By waiting, we were actually in a good spot. The week before, 2 weeks ago, it probably wasn't a favorable market to us last week. We went in, it was a very favorable market, and we went in there Tuesday, things were looking great. Wednesday morning, things were looking great, but Trump was making his announcement for tariffs. It didn't hurt us. Actually, it worked out. Like I said, we sold things. We had to rush through some of the end process as we wrapped up the bond sale because the market was crumbling and treasuries were becoming better, and we didn't want to lose any of those potential sales to treasury notes. So we rushed through the process on Wednesday. Well, what I was told yesterday from our broker and our underwriter is that the market dropped over 30 basis, well, increased over 30 basis points. So we actually sold at best time possible last week. So like all markets, you guys are seeing the stock market's going crazy. The bond market has its fluctuations. And if we have the opportunity to refund and achieve, we try to achieve at least a 7 to 8% savings. We don't usually go back to market for anything less. We will look at that again in the fall or the spring when we sell the new money for, like I said, the additional school. Long answer, sorry.
No. Thank you. I really appreciate that because I've been trying to look at some of the financial markets and it's pretty confusing. So it's good to know that you're watching it and understand it, and we'll take advantage when we can. The other thing, I just wondered about our investments, how those are doing for this fiscal year in terms of what you thought our projections would be for how much we would bring in from our invested income, and are we staying on track with that, above, below?
Through the mayor to Assembly Member Nowers. I haven't looked at exactly where our investment income is right now. You will see when you get the budget, I was very conservative. Fiscal year '24, we recognized roughly 16 million in investment earnings. I did not budget 16 million in investment earnings for area-wide because the last thing I want to do is budget high and then we not achieve that revenue and we plan on spending that revenue. So I budgeted very conservative and you'll see that. That being said, if inflation starts to slow down, the reserve starts cutting back interest, we will probably see rates go down. Right now, we're locking in about 4%, 4 to 5%. But we're already starting to see some of those allowable investments that the borough can utilize go down on their earnings. So we're gonna remain conservative. Our investment timeline is about 2.5 years. We were looking at extending it out to more so to the 5-year range again. But again, I don't want to get locked in on something that is volatile right now. And we have a situation where we have a number of unrealized losses that impact the borough's ability to finance projects.
Okay, any other questions, finance? Okay, I guess not.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we are to mayor and assembly and staff comments, parting comments. So Mr. Attorney, parting comments?
No, you have a one-page budget memo from me in your folder. I noticed as I was handing it out to you that it says 2024 on it. I apologize for that. That's my error.
Okay.
Typed the date in wrong. But just for quick budget, there's no changes in any of my line items except personnel, benefits, and insurance. So if anybody has specific questions about my budget, come see me. It's 2 pages long in the giant budget book. So pretty straightforward.
Okay. Assemblyperson McKee, parting comments?
Yeah, this is a really cool process. I always was working before, and I've never been able to attend this. So when George said how long you would be, I said about an hour. I had absolutely no idea. It was amazing, and I really enjoyed it. And also, today is our anniversary, my husband and I. So we've hung in there for 50 years. So here we are. Wow. Yeah.
Wow. Deputy Mayor, parting comments?
Happy birthday, Mike. Thank you, everyone, for coming out. Thank the Lord for this wonderful day. Please love your family. Keep everybody happy. In Jesus' name, amen.
Parting comments? Assemblyperson Hours?
I do enjoy this too because we get to hear from you and you have to sit there for so many meetings and listen to us go on. I just really wanted to say thank you for the presentations and thank you to the manager for the way that you presented in a very thoughtful, laid out way that really allows us as assembly members to see what we're doing as a borough and be thoughtful about, where we might want to tweak or change or not change because you're providing the information in a way that makes it possible for us to do that. So thank you.
Parting comments, sir?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, thanks for the birthday wishes. I'm not really sure how much I appreciate that, Nick, but turnabout's fair play. I do want to call your attention back to the transmittal memo I mentioned at the beginning of the meeting. It's a nice 2-page narrative that kind of tries to tell the story at a high level. So I would call your attention to that. Secondly, Cheyenne and I joke around about if it's a good budget. How do we know if it's a good budget? If there's some people that are unhappy, it's probably a good budget. So there are some people unhappy, just so you know. There's some boards, advisory boards that don't necessarily agree with the mill rates that we are proposing. There probably are some staff and directors that don't necessarily love some of the numbers, they have. But I think that's just describes like we've got to have some friction in this process. If everybody's happy, there's probably a problem. And so there are some people that are unhappy. It's just kind of the nature of this process, I think. I do want to say thanks to Cheyenne and then the directors as a whole. Every year, like you kind of go, how are we doing like as a staff in terms of digging in to our operations and putting these budgets together in a thoughtful way? They did a great job this year and it was a lot of work. I'm really happy. Lindsay's not here. She does a lot of that behind the scenes stuff. She kind of sits in the back. She doesn't want to get up in front of the crowd and talk publicly, but really, I guess I'll pick a body part. She's the brains of that operation. And so I'm sure she's listening online, but probably a little exhausted too, because it kind of is a draining process, but she does a great job. And I would just say you have a really good management team running your day-to-day operations. I will tell you that. I feel that way. And so I appreciate the work that they've done here. I wanted to add real quick. So this budget also provides for a projected fund balance of about $1.5 million. Cheyenne and I recommend we don't go below $500,000 because some revenues could be their estimates and they could be overestimated. And if there was a little bit of play, we want to make sure we have a $500,000 cushion, if you will, in the event that some of those revenues don't meet projections. Now, the reason we left an additional $1 million there is for the assembly. So if you have certain things you want to see in the budget, whether it's a full-time cleanup coordinator or snow removal at Palmer Airport or junk tow vehicle reimbursement or firearms training or whatever it may be, that's why we left $1 million there in that projected fund balance. You could just choose to amend that down to $500,000, reduce the mill rate if you want. You can make amendments. We try to do that because if we don't do that, then we're literally sitting here on the floor as you make amendments, monkeying with the mill rate. I'm a little uncomfortable with that, and it doesn't put you in the best position either. So we kind of created that buffer there for you to use your discretion to make adjustments. It's your call. We just try to do that because it makes the mechanics of these amendments a little bit easier for us on the floor when you're doing that, because I've never known a year when the assembly doesn't make an amendment. So we know that's coming. It's just a question of how many and how quickly do we get through it. And so I just wanted you to know that you have that space. Obviously, all amendments, the clerk will speak to how that goes when the time comes. We're not there yet, but I just wanted you to know that that's resourced in this budget. And then lastly, I do have follow-up task information. I know there were a couple individual things where you can get with staff. That's fine. There were 4 or 5 things that we'll provide information on. I would call your attention to the weekly post. That's probably where we'll put it, and it'll probably be in next week's weekly post via email. Also, in this week's weekly post that will go out later today, there is some update on the road maintenance contract bids from this past couple of weeks. I would encourage you to take a look at that, and that's where we'll continue to provide updates for things like that. So I just wanted to make sure you were aware of that. That is all I have, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
And Caleb, Assembly Person Hale never did sign on, did he? No, okay. Madam Clerk, report. Parting comments?
I also handed out my budget for this year for the clerk's office. It's in, if you read at least the first 2 pages, all the rest is backup. The overall operational budget for the assembly, clerk, election, records management, and the boards that we deal with went down by $16,500. You'll see some increases in salary and benefits, which is normally the normal step increases. I did increase overtime by $1,000 for the clerk's office. Election overtime increased by $3,000. I put an extra $5,000 in non-employee compensation for the election officials, because what was the people that weren't getting paid more than the state worker were just the election officials at the precincts. The chairs did make more, but the regular precinct officials didn't. So this increase will cover the $50 more that they would receive. And then I also asked for a temp for the election budget so they can come in and help with data entry, all the things that happen in the background that people don't see, that we're rushing around trying to accomplish. And I'm hoping having a temp in there will definitely help us accomplish those things more timely than we have been.
Assembly Person Sumner, parting comment?
Yeah, I have a couple of things. Thanks for the hard work on the budgets. I really appreciate it. I'm sorry that I apologize for my tardiness. I had my calendar mixed up. I'm very thankful for Assemblymember Nauer's text reminding me about the meeting. And then at the last regular assembly meeting, there was a referral to the utilities. I did not get the time to confer with the borough attorney prior to that meeting. I do not think it was material since it was a referral, but because of my position on the MEA board, I would have to recuse myself from any decision-making on that ordinance when it does come back around to the assembly. And in the future, I now have clarification from the borough attorney, and I should recuse myself from referrals as well if there's anything related to utilities. And on that note, I actually would ask the clerk if we could potentially reschedule the Water Body Setback Advisory Committee's presentation to the Assembly on April 29th, because there is a conflict with me and the chair of the Water Body Setback Advisory Committee.
I do have a suggested date for that with the way, what is that board called? I've lost it. Thank you. Water Body Setback Advisory Board for May 1st at 4 p.m. So it would be 2 days later. It would be right before the first budget deliberation meeting at 4 p.m.
Put that out once we.
Sure, I can send out a new.
And we'll
Via
have to
email.
check with the Water Body Setback
Yeah.
Committee also to see if they're available.
Well, they got noticed of the 429 meeting too, so I don't know who was available and who wasn't.
Yeah, well, one yelled at us, so.
But I can get that changed if the assembly wants me to do that.
Yes, Assembly personnel.
Just have a quick, are we getting confirmations from the Water Body Setback Advisory Board? Like, you'll let us know if they say half the advisory board can't make it, or we might need to change again if.
I can tell you that Lacey in planning has been dealing with that, but I'll have her get with me if they're not available. She's doing this in the back of the room.
Okay, I just would not want to have it if we're going to be missing a bunch of folks from that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? Okay. Anything else, Assembly Person Sumner, on your report?
No, that's it.
Parting comments, Assembly Person Fauna?
Thank you to everyone. It was a very good discussion, and actually we wrapped it up quicker than I thought we would, so thank you.
Okay. Also, my thanks for everybody, and thanks for the people that kept the secret regarding the birthday. I didn't know how to get him up from down there up here, and of course, the minute I said something, then, he knew. So anyway, it was still fun. So I will adjourn this meeting at 2:04 p.m., and thank you, everybody.